Yes. So once if they come, we will make their this one, sir. You kindly tell us once they are entered the room. Mohan, sir. Mohan, sir.
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. It's clear.
You can see our screen is live.
But voice is breaking, sir. Voice is not audible.
Kindly tell us once they are entered the room.
Now it is.
Now it is
okay.
clear?
No, yes, clear.
Mohan, sir.
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. It's clear.
You can see our screen is live.
But voice is breaking, sir.
So,
Voice is not audible.
kindly tell us once they are entered the room.
Now it is okay.
Clear?
No, yes, clear.
Mohan, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hello.
Sir. ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ?
Yes, sir. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, sir. It's good.
Okay.
Now
it
is clear.
Live streaming is also there.
Yes, sir. Sir, once the Zoom meeting is started, you can unmute all the videos and...
Yes. We have unmuted everybody.
Okay, sir.
Just only for the sake of convenience, I allowed 2 or 3 only.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Now I am closing all.
Hello.
Batuk. Batuk Consultancy is there. I have made them as a co-host, sir. Sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, Batuk Consultancy is now co-host.
Yes, sir. I think it was you are given the links.
Okay, anybody else, sir, to be coordinated with here?
Dr. Subramanian sir is online, sir.
Subramaniam sir is there. Yeah, not there, I think. Nalla Pandiji is there. Subramaniam is there. Srinivasan, Muttu Kumar Swami Srinivasan, Raja Gopal is there. Okay. Sir, Batuk Consultancy, Sachin sir, I have actually enabled you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You can coordinate. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Sachin, sir.
Thank you.
What time we shall start, sir?
Within 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes. You can start now. You can start now. I will start around 10:05 or 10:07. So just complete your proceedings, then we'll go ahead.
Okay. So I shall start even recording also. Namaste, my dear tax professional across India. Happy 76th Republic Day. So welcome you to the TPI Bhavan, the Institute of Chartered Tax Practitioners India, in association with Batuk Consultancy, with the great GST expert, and we can call him as an GST encyclopedia, Mr. CA Sachin Jain. Welcome you, sir. I welcome you, and I welcome one and all to this webinar. Dear friends, learning GST, it requires lot of time. Okay, it has already passed 7 years also. So it is in the 8th year. So the experts like Sachin Jain and many people are efforting to make you the ease of understanding the law and give a fair compliance, and there cannot be any difficulties in the trade and industry and to the government to augment the revenue. So in this, a new technique, a new ideology has been developed by Mr. C.A. Sachin Jain that we are all going to experience. And now I request our B. Mohan sir to introduce Sachin Jain to the gathering.
Thank you,
Welcome.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to one and all. It is a great pleasure to introduce today's dynamic speaker, C.A. Sachin Jain. C.A. Sachin Jain is a practicing chartered accountant and a partner at Mrs. Jaikumar Jain and Company, a prominent CA based in Rajasthan. He is a dynamic and innovative chartered accountant with extensive experience in the field of indirect taxes. Accordingly, he holds the role of an advocate and company secretary. Sachin Jain has successfully trained over 20,000 professionals across India and has a notable profile of article covering topics like GST, concurrent audits, MCA compliance, and more. Notably, he is the author of the book Decisive GST Cases 250 Landmark Judgment, the Definitive Guide to GST, the GST Question Compendium, and Simple GST, the Memory Chart Guide. I am great honor to introduce the wonderful young and energetic chartered accountant, C.A. Sachin Jain. And I take this opportunity to thank my chairman to providing this platform to benefit of all the tax professionals, and also Batu Consultancy, who have come forward for a free Zoom meeting with the CSR program. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Over to Sachin Jain.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohan sir, for the introduction.
I will tell you 2 lines only, sir. Institute of Chartered Tax Practitioner India is formed to unite the diversified class of practitioners across the country. There are various types of tax practitioners. So to unify them and to bring them under one platform and make a unique qualification to coordinate with all other what we call it as business regulatory laws, accounting, taxation. So it is a platform which has been approved by Government of India under the skill initiatives. So we generally call tax practitioners are the fundamental and foundation stone of every business activity. They are tasted as sugar and salt. And in all these days, even after 100 years, they are found nowhere. But now they have a platform, and I welcome one and all. So with your great support, we will do wonders in future. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the opportunity. And thank you all for joining this workshop. So first, I just want to share with you something about this particular workshop, the reason of this workshop, what we are going to cover in this particular workshop, and how we are going to proceed. So, memory techniques. Okay. The memory techniques means I am going to share with you certain keys for each and every section under CGST Act. And we all will be able to recall each and every section with logic, with prospect, and with the reasoning in this particular workshop, through this particular workshop. The problem is that whenever I am handling the compliances, or whenever I am visiting the GST department for any litigation or compliances or for any reply, I am merely focusing on the facts. But the point is that I also need to focus on the provision of law, on the sections, on the specific case studies, and the practical aspects, with that the fundamentals. Okay. So through this particular workshop, the purpose is that there are a number of sections in CGST, in IGST, and it is quite difficult for everyone to memorize that particular section. And from this particular problem, we have designed certain memory techniques for the CGST Act from section number 1 till section number 138. The memory techniques are very simple. Okay, the memory techniques are very simple. You can easily memorize, you can easily recall, and whenever there will be a number of section, automatically one imagination will be there in your brain, and you can easily recall these sections. Okay, so I think around 3 p.m. we all will be in a situation to recall all the 138 sections in one go. Okay, so for this particular thing, I just require your support. Support means, sir, I just want that this session should be interactive. If you have any question, any query, any doubt, then put it in the chat box. Chat box is here. This is open in front of me on YouTube as well. The same is there. You can put the comments in the chat box. Okay. If possible for you, then just keep one pen and paper with you so that you can make note of certain important sections. Okay. The mode of communication definitely in English language. One or two examples will be in Hindi, but we'll convert the same into English for your comfort. Okay. So no issue from that particular side. So I'm just going to share my presentation with you. Just wait for a single second.
Sachin sir, just for the benefit of our all gathering, you have quoted 138 sections, sir. That we will tell them. Actually, there are 174, out of which 36 we are not taking here because it may not come in day-to-day practice of us.
Yes, exactly. We'll convey the same because these are related to transitional provisions and
Yes.
which is not there now. So 10 sections are around for transitional provisions and other sections are related to theoretical concepts only, information written and
Yes.
all those things. These are not useful for our day-to-day practice.
And
That
for
is what
many
is the
sections,
logic.
even the rule is not actually even now introduced.
Yes. For rules, we'll plan a session in next month. We have also designed the
Definitely.
memory techniques for rules as well.
Yes, sir.
So
For
you all
rules
will
and
be in a
forms
situation.
separately.
Yes, definitely. Because now we are covering the CGST Act, then we'll plan the different workshop for rules as well. So let's start our discussion on this specific session on memory techniques. And memory techniques are very simple, something like funny. And these memory techniques are based on certain numbers, certain number techniques, certain memory techniques as well. So make this session interesting and interactive. So we'll start our discussion from section number 1 of CGST Act. I will explain you the number of section, the memory technique, and after that we'll cover the crux of the section as well. We are not going to take the complete section, but we'll discuss the crux of the section as well in a very concise way. Okay, so that it will be there in your brain. So now section number 1, sir, whenever I want to start the counting, I just need to start with number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Under GST, section number 1 is also commencement, as commencement of counting, and under GST, section number 1 is related to commencement. Section number 1 is related to commencement, extent, short, and title. So this section is related to commencement, and through this particular section, government has introduced this GST law, and they have written a specific line in this particular section that the CGST Act or the GST Act will be applicable whole of India, including Jammu and Kashmir. So this is the section through which the GST Act is here. So section number 1, is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number 1 is commencement of GST, commencement, extent, short, and entitled. Section number 2 is related to definitions. Various definitions are there. So we'll discuss the technique later on. Now we'll directly take section number 3. Sir, I will also going to share with you certain perceptions which is there in market. Okay. Don't take it seriously. These are just a perception in the market, and based on that perception, we are going to memorize or recall the sections. Okay. Whenever there will be a number third, there is one concept in our brain that something bad is there. Number 3, something bad. Teen tigada kaam bigada Hindi mein bolte hain. So number 3 is like something bad. Under GST, the officers who are going to correct the bad things, because under GST various authorities are there, and whenever we are filing the returns, whether it is GSTR 3B, GSTR 1 or annual returns, at that time the authorities are going to check the things, and whatever will be the bad things or whatever will be the mistakes undertaken by the GST professionals or taxpayer, they are going to correct. So number 3 indicates something bad, and the authority, the officer who is going to correct the bad thing, which is their officers. So under section number 3, they have prescribed officers under GST. Sir, these sections are based on theoretical approach only. Okay, हो सकता है while filing the returns these sections are not useful for us, but while handling the compliances, while handling the litigations, these sections are very much relevant. Sir, one biggest issue is there that when we are filing the returns, we are handling the compliances, we are filing the annual return and reconciliation statement as well. But whenever there will be a question of any notice by the departmental authority, at that time the point is that we need to take the help of some expert. Why? Because we have a less idea of the provision of law, of the analytics of the provision of law. Hence, through this particular workshop, we are going to cover the analytics of the sections as well. So I also need to know that who is the prescribed or judicial officer who can issue the notice to me. That is what is the thing. So I just need to know the officers under GST. So section number 3 is indication of something bad, and the authority who is going to correct the bad things is officers under GST. So this section number 3 is related to officers under GST, and they have prescribed a particular list of officers under GST. Like we are submitting our response to assistant commissioner, the additional commissioner, the joint commissioner, the principal commissioner, principal chief commissioner. These are the authorities, these are the officers under GST, and this hierarchy has been prescribed in this section number 3 through this section number 3. So the officers appointed under GST is through this section number 3. Number 3 is an indication of something bad, and the authority who is going to correct the bad things, that is officers under GST. Section number 4. Just try to link this word for with your. Okay. Certain memory techniques are based on the pronunciation as well. Okay. So these memory techniques are created on different models, different aspects, but these are completely technically proven. Okay. If you will go through with these memory techniques 2 to 3 times, in that case, definitely all the memory techniques will be there in your brain. Okay. So section number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officer. These sections are the appointment for the officers. The officers which is prescribed in the section number 3, additional commissioner, joint commissioner, assistant commissioner, principal chief commissioner, these officers की appointment are prescribed in section number 4. These are appointed under GST through section number 4. Section number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officers. Section number 5. Section number 5, just try to link this word 5 with high. Section number 5, high. Section number 5, high. That is, powers will always be on a higher side. I know if I have powers, in that case, I will be on a higher side. Agar mere paas mein powers nahi hai, in that case, I will be on lower side. So section number 5 is very high. That means high will always be your powers. So this section is related to powers of the officers. Section number 5 is very high. That is powers of the officers, and through this particular section, the officers are getting the power. The officers are getting the power to issue any notice, that is show cause notice, to issue summon, to call the particular person in physical presence, to visit the premises, that is physical inspection. So all these powers are covered in section number 5. Whenever an authority is going to issue the notice, then we also need to focus that the authority has the power to issue the notice or not, and the same can be governed through section number 5, because section number 5 is very high, that is powers of the officers. Section number 3, something bad, and the authority who is going to correct the bad things, that is officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your appointment. Section number 5 is very high, that is powers of the officer. Next, section number 6, just try to link the word 6. Section number 6, fix. Section number 6, fix. This section is going to do authority fix. Section number 6, authority fix. What do you mean by the authority fix? Sir, just try to understand one important thing, that many times my audit, that is business audit, departmental audit, can be done by CGST department, central GST department. Okay. Now, multiple time after audit of that particular period by the central GST department, state GST department is going to issue the notice that, sir, we are selecting your case for the audit for this particular financial year. In that case, we are providing the reply that, sir, we have already audited for this particular period under CGST Act. So now we are not liable for the audit under state GST Act. But the point is that whenever we are preparing our reply, we should take the reference of section as well, so that departmental authority is in view that yes, this person has idea of the sections as well. So as per section number 6 is going to make the fix that if the audit has already been done under the Central GST Act, then no audit can be done under State GST Act. That means this section is going to fix the authority, the jurisdiction, that if the same is done under CGST, then it will be treated that under SGST the same proceeding has been done. So this section number 6, authority fix, and this is a very important section for us. Now, next section, we can say the base of GST. This is the most important section in our day-to-day practice life, as well as in case of compliances, as well as in case of litigation. Sir, one important fact I just want to share with you, that we are focusing on the return filing, on the compliances, the input tax credit, the difference between 3B and 2B. Okay, a very big area for the professional opportunities also there. And I am also working for that particular area, that is implementation of GST, how the GST can be implemented in a particular industry, how the parameter can be checked, how the financial statement can be analyzed from GST perspective, how the internal audit can be done based on GST perspective, so that the future litigation compliances can be reduced. And the base of all those things is your section number 7. So the memory technique for section number 7 is, I will explain you this particular section in detail as well. There are 5 to 7 sections in CGST Act which is very much relevant. So I will take the complete discussion on that section as well. Okay, so that your recap also will be done. Section number 7, sir, S for 7 and S for supply. Section number 7, S for 7, S for supply. So this section is related to supply under GST. All the activities or transactions which is there in business, to qualify that activity or transaction as a supply, multiple conditions are there that should be fulfilled. Whenever I am going to see the financial statement of my client, I just need to focus that all the activities or transactions which is mentioned in the financial statement, whether liable for GST or not. Because first, a particular transaction or activity will qualify the definition of supply, then only the applicability of GST, the rate of GST, the time of supply, the place of supply, the value of supply will be there. But the first question is there, where the technical term, that is a particular activity or transaction, is a supply or not. Okay, so we'll just try to analyze this section, but the memory technique is S for 7, S for supply. Supply includes, sir, government use the word supply includes. As we all know, under any law, whether it is GST, whether it is income tax, whether it is Companies Act, means includes and or. These terms are very relevant, very specific, because recently the Honorable Supreme Court has issued one specific judgment, pronounced one specific judgment in case of Safari Retreat on the basis of merely and or. Okay, and now our finance ministry has changed the things in law as well. Okay, so we just need to understand and focus on the terms as well. So they have used the word supply includes. They have not used the word supply means. The logic being supply includes, they want a wider definition. If they use the word supply means, in that case, the scope of definition will be very limited. But through the use of includes words, they can use multiple things, they can introduce multiple things in that. Supply includes sale, exchange, barter, transfer, lease, rental, disposal, or agreed to be disposal for a consideration or in the course or furtherance of business. Okay, this is the important section. Hence, I am going to take the detailing as well. So, for all these type of activities or transactions, you can say sale, exchange, barter, transfer, lease, rental, disposal, agreed to be disposal. Two important elements are required. One is consideration. Another is in the course or furtherance of business. That means in my financial statement, credit side, all the items which is mentioned is for consideration and in the course or furtherance of business. In that case, the term supply will trigger. But the point is that if suppose for activity or transaction, no consideration is there, in that case, whether the same will be liable for GST or not, or whether the same will be included or treated as supply or not, that is what is the question. So the point is that for that perspective, We just need to consider one important point, that government has introduced certain schedule, and under schedule number 1, government has prescribed the list of activities or transactions which will be treated as supply, whether for a consideration or not for a consideration. And the first thing which they have covered, that is transfer or disposal of business assets. Second thing they have covered, that is transactions between principal and agent. Third thing, transaction between distinct person or related party. And fourth thing, import of service from a related association in the course or furtherance of business. If all these transactions are there without consideration, in that case also the same will be liable to GST. Now, one important thing I just want to share with you, that when you will analyze the financial statement, okay, income side, suppose the industry has transferred a business assets without any consideration, in that case definitely the same will not be transferred to your profit and loss account under income side. But when you will analyze the ledger and you found any entry that there is a transfer of assets or there is a deduction in the fixed assets chart, in such a scenario you need to ask your client that, sir, there is a reduction in your fixed assets, have you transferred? वो बोलेगा, yes, I have transferred, but I have not received any consideration. Then the consultancy perspective is that we need to suggest our client, yes, income tax ke perspective se you are not transferring the same to your profit and loss account, but the point is that you need to pay GST on that, because the same is covered under schedule number 1, and the valuation should be decided through various valuation rules under GST. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 31A, these are the valuation rules under GST as well. So that type of consultancy, that type of interpretation of law is required, and that type of interpretation of financial statement as well required. So now, sale, exchange, barter, transfer, lease, rental, disposal, agreed to be disposal in the course or furtherance of business without consideration. Now suppose all these activities or transactions has qualified the definition of supply. Now the question is that whether the supply will be treated as supply of goods or supply of services. Sir, why there is requirement of bifurcation as goods and services? The point is that HSN code, SEC code is different. The rate of GST is different. The complete analysis or implementation of GST is different in case of goods or services. Hence, the classification plays a very important role. For that purpose, we have a golden principle, golden rule, how we can go for the classification. The golden rule is that whenever there will be a transfer of title, the same will be treated as supply of goods. Or whenever there will be a transfer to right to use the particular property or assets, that will be treated as supply of services. जब भी वो right transfer करेगा, that will be supply of services, and whenever there will be a transfer of title, the same will be treated as supply of goods. Now government has also introduced a specific list that will be treated as neither supply of goods nor supply of services. That means while analyzing the financial statement, if you will found certain entries which is covered under schedule number 3, in that case no applicability of GST. That is what is the important concept which we need to keep in our mind. And in that case they have covered employer transactions, okay, contract of service, okay, two terms, contract for service, contract of service. Contract of service qualify the definition of employee and employer, so no GST. In case of funeral and related activities, any services which has been provided by the person who is holding the post under the Constitution of India, okay, these are the things which we need to consider from neither supply of goods nor supply of services perspective. High C sales, okay, in case of sale of land, okay, these are treated as neither supply of goods nor supply of services. So based on the analysis of this specific section, section number 7, we have found the importance and the implementation, that how we can decide that this particular activity or transaction is my supply, then only I need to go for the other things. So I request everyone, if you want to build your career or if you want to start the practice in the field of implementation of GST, in the field of compliances, in the field of litigation, in that case certain important sections are there जिसका मुझे एकदम different तरीके से idea होना चाहिए. I should have the complete analytical aspect knowledge of that particular section, and the section number 7 is one of that. Okay, now section number 8, which is also very much important and very much crucial section from the perspective of analysis, and multiple number of litigations are based on this specific section only. Sir, now if you will check the notices issued by the departmental authority, okay, if you will check any audit related notices, related notices, in that case you will found 60 to 70% matters are based on the reconciliations, difference between 3B and 1, difference between 3B and 2B, difference between RCM liability, difference between late fees and penalty and interest. Because they are also not focusing on the important para of GST. They can issue the multiple notices on account of place of supply, on account of time of supply, on account of value of supply. And in near future, all the litigations will merely based on these things, because complete written filing process will be automated. So as a professional, I don't think so that this is our job to file the returns or handle these things. Okay, we should go for the consultancy, we should go for the litigation handling, and at that time there may be requirement of the analysis of provision of law. Now take the next section, section number 8. Sir, just try to look on the number 8. Just try to look on the number 8. This number 8 is mixture of 00. This number 8 is mixture of 00. So this is related to mixed and composite supply. This is related to mixed and composite supply. Whenever you will look on number 8, one concept should be there in your mind that, sir, number 8 is a mixture of 00. So this section is related to mixed and composite supply. And this concept plays a very important role, because whenever there will be a 2 or more supply, in that case the determination of mixed and composite supply is very important thing. Or if taxpayer is going to determine wrongly the concept of mixed and composite supply, in such a scenario in future there may be chances of a huge demand. So we should focus from that perspective. Just try to understand this section, mixed and composite supply. Sir, what do you mean by the mixed and composite supply? And I will also share with you the reasoning that what is the reason why we need to focus on this specific aspect. But first, the memory technique is number 8 is a mixture of 00. So this section is based on mixed and composite supply. Composite supply means 2 or more supplies which is naturally bundled, and out of which one is principal supply, another is ancillary supply. And the rate of GST will be applicable at the rate of principal supply. Okay. In case of mixed supply, the specific supply which is not a composite supply, that will be treated as mixed supply. That is what is the definition which is given. Now, in case of composite supply, they have used a specific term that is naturally bundled. What do you mean by this naturally bundled? Based on the nature of that particular combination, based on the perception of consumer, based on the market majority players, what they are doing, that will be based on naturally bundled. If you will buy a mobile phone, in that case, this is the perception of the consumer that the charger will be free or charger will be available with the mobile phone, except iPhone. So majority of market players are doing the same. And this is the perception as well of the consumer. And as per the nature of product, we all know that the mobile phone is required with the charger. Without charger, no use of mobile phone. So that will be qualify the definition of composite supply, and based on that we need to analyze the things. If you will check the air condition and the installation thereof, then we all know if I am going to buy the air condition, installation will be there. Perception of consumer, also majority of market players are providing the same, and nature of the product is look like that. So that will also be treated as composite supply. And in that case, the rate of GST will be applicable at the rate of principal supply. That means air condition in case of mobile as well. Mixed supply, 2 or more supplies, which is not a composite supply, that will be treated as my mixed supply. And in case of mixed supply, the highest rate of GST will be applicable. Now, sir, question is that the mixed and composite supply, what is the importance? Agar maine kuch wrong determination kar diya, if I am going for a wrong determination, in that case, what will be the implication? So we'll just try to understand through one example. Suppose a particular supply is there. Suppose a particular supply is there, just for an example. Okay. The rate of GST and 2 products are there. One is principal, another is ancillary. Okay. the rate of GST applicable on the principal product is at the rate of 18%. The rate of GST on the ancillary product is 28%. And the taxpayer has determined it as a composite supply. But based on the nature, based on the market perception, this supply should be qualified as mixed supply. But taxpayer has paid at the rate of 18% as he has determined it as a composite supply. In future, when the departmental authority is going to issue the notice on account of scrutiny audit assessment, they will ask, sir, you have qualified this as a composite supply, but this is a mixed supply based on nature. And as at that time you have treated this particular supply as a composite supply, you have paid GST at the rate of 18%. But as this is a mixed supply, so the GST should be applicable at the rate of 28%. So when I'm saying that the GST rate should be applicable at the rate of 28%, so now you need to pay GST for the differential amount, that is 10%, with interest, with penalty. So in future, when your client will come to you and say that, sir, you have filed our returns, you have handled all our compliances, and now this demand is there with interest and penalty, so who will bear? Because in the current scenario, the difficult task is that to retain the client. Get a new client is not a difficult task. To retain the client is a very difficult task. So this section number 8 is related to mixed and composite supply, and the memory technique is that number 8 is a mixture of 00. If you will look on number 8, it is a mixture of 00. So this is mixed and composite supply. Section number 9. Section number 9. Section number 9 is imposing fine. Section number 9, imposing fine. So the memory technique is section number 9, imposing fine. Section number 9, imposing fine. Section number 9, imposing fine. Because we all know this GST, जब से आया है, जब से GST आया है, we can say, I'm not saying this is a fine, but as a professional, I need to learn multiple laws. I need to go for multiple changes. Every day there is a new notification, new circular in GST. There are a lot of complex situations are there for businessmen. They have to follow multiple things from that GST aspect. So just for our memory technique, this is not less than a fine. So section number 5, imposing fine. So this section is related to charging section under GST. This is the charging section, and due to this section, the GST is here. Because in every law, there is one section which will be treated as charging section. So this section is a charging section. Hence, the memory technique is section number 9, imposing fine. Just try to link the word 9, imposing fine. This section is related to imposing fine, and under GST, the charging section is going to impose this particular type of fine in the name of GST. Now, sir, in this section number 9, as this is an imposing section, due to this particular section, GST is here. So in this particular section number 9, they have written the specific line. And they have clearly mentioned, that the CGST will be applicable on all intra-state supply except alcoholic liquor for human consumption, and the highest rate is 20%. They have prescribed the highest rate under GST for CGST is 20%. Now it's 14% for CGST, 14% as GST. This is the highest rate which is available in GST, but the maximum limit is 20%. Government can go for that. That is what is the limit which is prescribed in section number 9, imposing fine, that all intra-state supply CGST will be applicable at the rate, highest rate 20%, except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. And they have also provided that, sir, on 5 petroleum product, the GST will be applicable on a future date. Okay, that is what is the thing which is mentioned. Now, sir, as we all know, under GST, there is two mechanisms. One is forward charge, another is reverse charge. There is two mechanisms. One is forward charge, another is reverse charge. Under forward charge, when supplier is going to make the supply of a goods or services, in that case, supplier has to make the payment of taxes. So under forward charge, supplier will be liable to make the payment of taxes. Under reverse charge, recipient is liable to make the payment of taxes, and when recipient is going to make the payment of taxes, at that time recipient will claim the input tax credit as well under self invoicing mechanism. So this aspect is also mentioned in this section number 9, and they have also mentioned the e-commerce operator related provisions in this section number 9. So the complete applicability of GST has been prescribed in this specific section, section number 9, imposing fine. Section number 9, imposing fine. That is applicability or charging section under GST. Next section, very interesting. Next section, very interesting. Section number 10. Sir, just look on the number 10. Number 10 includes zero. Number 10 includes zero. That is zero eligibility to claim input tax credit. Zero eligibility to claim input tax credit. Whenever you will look on number 10, the first thing which should be there in your mind that number 10 includes zero. That is zero eligibility to claim input tax credit. So this section is related to a specific situation in which the taxpayer is eligible for zero input tax credit, and we all know that in case of composition scheme, the taxpayer is eligible for zero input tax credit. So this section number 10 is related to composition scheme under GST composition dealer. Section number 10. Number 10 includes zero, that is zero eligibility to claim input tax credit. Hence, this section is related to composition scheme under GST. And in this particular section, government has mentioned that the taxpayer's option, that taxpayer can go for the composition scheme. This is the concessional scheme under GST. In that case, taxpayer has to pay the GST on outward supply at a concessional rate, and the taxpayer will not be eligible to claim the input tax credit. And on quarterly basis, that person has to file one very simple return, that is CMP 08. And on annual basis, one return is required, GSTR4. Okay, if the turnover is up to 1.5 crore rupees, in that case, you may go for that composition scheme. The rates are prescribed 1%, 5%, 6%. If you are merely dealing in goods services, in that case also, you can go for the composition scheme if the turnover is up to 50 lakh rupees. So section number 10, number 10 includes zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit. So this section is related to composition scheme. We have covered total 10 sections. Section number 1, number 1 is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number 1 is related to commencement of GST. Number 3 is an indication of something bad, and the authority who is going to correct the bad things, that is officers under GST. So this section number 3 is related to officers under GST: principal, chief commissioner, additional, joint, or assistant. And section number 4 is for your appointment, that means appointment of the officers. Section number 5 is very high, that means powers of the officer. Section number 6, authority fix, that means if the decision has been passed by central GST department, then the same will be therefore state GST department. Section number 7, S for supply. Supply includes sale, exchange, barter, transfer, lease, rental, disposal, or agreed to be disposal. Section number 8, is a mixture of 00. So this section is related to mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section under GST. Section number 10, includes zero, that is zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit, that is composition scheme. Sir, next section, section number 11. Before moving to next section, I just request everyone, comment in the chat box, sir, are you enjoying the session? Are you getting the points? Because your feedback plays a very important role. हो सकता है energy double आ जाए. So I am getting the good comments in the chat box. So thank you everyone for your response in the chat box. I expect every time when I will ask the answers like same. And on YouTube also you may comment. So let's start our discussion on next section, section number 11. And you may suggest your friends to join this session. Okay, they may join the session. Now, section number 11. If you have any query related to section, then also you may put in the chat box, but I will try to take the queries after 10 sections, after 20 sections only, okay, so that बीच में कोई break नहीं आएगा, we can go through with that, okay. Now next section, or I may request, if you have any query related to GST other topics, then also you may connect with me, okay. We'll share the WhatsApp number of my office, you may text on that, okay. Today we'll cover the memory techniques only, because we need to cover total 138 sections. Now we have covered 10 sections, so let's start our discussion on the next section, section number 11. Now the memory technique is E411, E4 exemption, E411, E4 exemption. Whenever departmental authority is going to issue the notice, whenever departmental authority is going to issue the notice that, sir, on this particular supply of product or services, you need to make the payment of GST, but you have not made, or the same is exempted under GST, then merely providing the reference of exemption notification is also sufficient. But if you will write this specific section, section number 11, then it will create an impact on the authority. Section number 11, E411, E4 exemptions under GST. All the exemption notifications for the goods and services will be issued through this specific section only. Through notification, government has power, with the recommendation of council, exempt any goods or services under GST. Next, section number 12. Next section, we need to learn with group, okay. The point is that under GST we have created certain groups of sections, okay. So we just need to learn the sections with groups as well, certain bundles. So we'll learn section number 12, section number 13, section number 14 with each other. Section number 12, section number 13, section number 14 with each other, okay. Now the memory technique is section number 12. Number 12 is the indication of time. 12 baj gaye. Number 12 is the indication of time. So this section number 12 is related to time of supply under GST. Section number 12, 13 and 14 is related to time of supply under GST. Section number 12, number 12 is the indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply. Now we're just going to bifurcate this section into multiple parts. I am just going to create one chart, and through that chart, I just want to explain the things. Time of supply. I just require your 100% focus on the screen only, okay? And I ensure everyone, around 3 p.m., we all will be in a situation to recall each and every section, okay? So you should therefore just 5 hours. Or you can say sirf 4.5 ghante, after 4 and 5 4 hours and 30 minutes, you all will be in a situation to recall the sections. Now, section number 12, time of supply. So, sir, there may be chances as a taxpayer, I may supplier of goods, I may supplier of services, okay. So, time of supply, I need to decide in case of goods, in case of services. I may decide the time of supply in case of goods, in case of services. Now, when we have covered this section number 9, at that time we have covered a specific concept. At that time we have covered a specific concept that GST can be paid under forward charge or reverse charge. Okay. So when the taxpayer is supplying the goods, there may be chances that the taxpayer is supplying the goods under forward charge, under reverse charge, और सर्विसेज के केस में भी फॉरवर्ड चार्ज और रिवर्स चार्ज. Okay. Time of supply in case of goods, in case of services, I need to decide forward charge, reverse charge, forward charge, reverse charge. Before covering this particular point, I just want to share the importance of this time of supply. This is a very crucial, very important subject, because if you have not determined the correct time of supply, in that case, there may be chances that you are declaring that particular sales or purchase before time or after time. In that case, there may be chances of penalty, there may be chances of interest and future litigations. So we just need to be very much careful while deciding these particular type of things. Okay. We'll also try to share with you one short video of 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. And in that video, we'll take one example, and through that example, I will explain you, because I have already recorded the same. So I will share, and with that example, it will be clear the importance of time of supply for claiming the input tax credit and output tax as well. But first, we'll try to understand the provision. In case of goods under forward charge, government has specifically mentioned that under forward charge, the time of supply will be the invoice date. Invoice date will be the time of supply. In case of reverse charge, in case of supply of goods, the time of supply will be receipt of goods, or entry in the bank account, that is debit entry in the bank account, or payment entry in the books of accounts, or 30 days from the issue of invoice, whichever is earlier, that will be treated as time of supply in case of reverse charge mechanism. That is receipt of goods, or entry, payment entry, or debit entry, or 30 days from issue of invoice, whichever is earlier, that will be treated as time of supply, because in this situation the recipient is going to make the payment of taxes under reverse charge mechanism. In case of services forward charge, the time of supply will be invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. Invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. Sir, goods ke case mein to we have not considered the payment, because we all know that GST will be applicable on account of services when there will be a advance on account of services. But in case of goods, no GST is applicable on account of advances. Okay. So under forward charge, the time of supply will be invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. If you have received the payment earlier, GST will be applicable. Suppose you have planned one session with me in March month. Okay. And my team has suggested that the fees for that session is 2 lakh rupees. You have given advance of 1 lakh rupees in the month of Jain. Okay. We have not generated any invoice. We have just received the advance from 1 lakh rupees, but this advance is on account of services. So the under time of supply, we need to make the payment of GST of that 1 lakh rupees in January month itself. Okay. When invoice will be generated, at that time, we need to make the payment of GST on the balance amount. In case of services under reverse charge mechanism, the time of supply will be debit entry from bank, payment entry in books of accounts, or 60 days from issue of invoice, whichever is earlier, that will be treated as time of supply. So section number 12 is the indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply, and section number 12 is related to time of supply on account of goods. Section number 13 is related to time of supply of services. Okay, most important concept you just need to recall with section number 12. Number 12 is the indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply, and section number 12 is related to time of supply in case of goods. Section number 13 is related to time of supply in case of supply of services. Next, section number 14. This is also related to time of supply. And this is most important section you can say, and most crucial section you can say. Suppose I had made a particular supply, just for an example. Suppose I had made a particular supply on 22nd of April 2024. Okay. For that particular product which I had made the supply, the government has changed the rate. The government has changed the rate as on 24th of April. I have made the supply on 22nd of April. Government has changed the rate as on 24th of April, and I have issued the invoice for that particular supply, for which I have already made the supply as on 22nd of April, as on 26th of April, and I have received the payment on 28th of April. Okay. Now, when I had made the supply, at that time, the rate of GST was applicable at the rate of 18%. But suppose on 24th of April, government has changed the rate to 28%. And I have issued the invoice on 26th of April, and payment has already been received on 28th of April. So in such a scenario, can you please comment in the chat box what will be the rate of GST which will be applicable in this specific scenario? You may easily comment in the chat box. If you will provide the wrong answer, in that case also it is okay, because we all are family members. So we'll learn something. Sir, rate of GST will be applicable at the rate of 28%. The rate of GST will be applicable at the rate of 28%, because the point is that in case any change, in case no invoice date is not there, in case any change in the rate of tax, and if the government has supplied the goods, if the person taxpayer has supplied the goods before the change in rate of tax, in such a scenario, the time of supply will be invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. So in this specific scenario, the invoice or payment both are after the change in rate of tax. So the time of supply will be 26th of April, and as on 26th of April, the rate of GST applicable at the rate of 28%. So on this particular type of supply, GST will be applicable at the rate of 28%. That is what is the thing which we need to require. Sir, whenever there will be a change in rate of tax for our client, and if client is coming to us that, sir, in this scenario, what will be the rate of tax, and if we'll provide a wrong suggestion to our client or wrong consultancy to our client, in that case, in future, a very huge penalty will be there. Okay. So we just need to focus on that particular type of aspect as well. So this section number 14 of CGST Act is related to time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Change in rate of tax. And in this particular section, they have specifically mentioned that, sir, what will be the time of supply in case of goods supplied before the change of, before change, or supply after change. Before change, after change. So in case of goods supplied before change, in such a scenario, one golden principle is there: invoice or payment, whichever is earlier, that will be the time of supply. Okay, just keep this point. And in case of supply after change, in that case, we just need to learn one important thing. Suppose supply made after change in rate of tax, okay, and invoice or payment both are prior to the change in rate of tax. In that case, I or P, whichever is earlier, that will be time of supply. But suppose invoice is issued prior to change in rate of tax, but payment after, in that case, your payment will be time of supply. And suppose if the payment has been received in prior, but the invoice has been issued after change, in that case, invoice date will be there. So basically, the golden principle is that whenever there will be a supply after the change in rate of tax, and if invoice or payment both are prior to change in rate of tax, in such a scenario, invoice or payment, whichever is earlier, will be applicable. And in all other scenario, invoice or payment, whichever is later, will be treated as time of supply. So when the supply has made before the change in rate of tax, golden principle is invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. In case of supply after the change in rate of tax, invoice or payment, if both are prior, whichever is earlier. In all other situation, later. So through this particular analysis, we just need to keep only 3 scenarios in our mind. Otherwise, we need to remember around 6 scenarios. Okay, so through this particular chart, you can easily analyze and memorize the things. Okay, I will share with you this PDF file. Okay, not an issue. I will share with you the institute, and they will definitely share you on your registered mail ID. Okay, so section number 12, and number 12 is an indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply. Section number 12 is related to time of supply in case of goods, 13 is related to time of supply in case of services, and section number 14 is related to time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Sir, all these 3 sections are okay for everyone? Any doubt? Example perspective. Next section, and which is also a very important section. Section number 15. Section number 15. This is also a base of GST, you can say. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. Section number 15, 1 and 5. So 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix, and this section is related to valuation under GST. This section is related to valuation under GST. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix, and this section is related to valuation under GST. And as we all know that the transaction value will be treated as taxable value if the buyer and supplier are not the related party and price is the sole consideration. If buyer and supplier are not the related party and price is the sole consideration, in that case the transaction value will be treated as taxable value. Just for an example, suppose I have visited DMart mall, and from that DMart mall I have bought one mobile phone. Okay, they have provided that mobile phone to me for 25,000 rupees. In such a scenario, that 25,000 rupees will be treated as value of supply, because me and the DMart is not a related party and the price, that is 25,000, is the sole consideration. So the transaction value will be treated as taxable value. But if there will be any incidental expenditure, loading unloading expenditure, that will be the part of the taxable value. And suppose a particular expenditure which is a liability of supplier, but the same has been made by recipient, in that case also that expenditure will be part of the taxable value, because the prima facie liability is on the supplier. And suppose if buyer and supplier are not related party, but the price is not a sole consideration, वहां पर price के अलावा कुछ है, या फिर buyer and supplier are related party, in that case this section number 15 will not be applicable. That means through this particular section we are not able to decide the value. So for that perspective, government has given the valuation rules. Rule number 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 31A. And through these particular rules, you can easily decide the value of supply. So section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix, and this section is related to valuation under GST. Yes, sir, section number 14 is applicable for both the cases. Section number 16. Sir, I know today maximum participants are from South only. Okay. But for one or two sections, we'll share the memory techniques in Hindi as well. Okay. Because we all are from India. So for section number 16, which is the, we can say, heart of GST. And for this section, I am going to share with you the memory technique in Hindi only. Okay. Section number 16, that is heart of GST. Sir, why I am saying that it is a heart of GST? Because this section is related to input tax credit. And as we all know, input tax credit is very crucial and very important under GST. And why heart of GST? Because the maximum number of litigations, the maximum chances of litigations are only due to this section number 16, because multiple filters are there. To claim the input tax credit, first I need to check that the same is used in the course or furtherance of my business. Then after, I need to fulfill the multiple conditions of section number 16, subsection 2. Okay. Then after, I need to check. That, sir, the payment has been made to the supplier within 180 days or not. Then after, I need to check that the reversal as per rule number 42, 43 has been done or not. Then we need to check that whether the input tax credit has been blocked under section 17, subsection 5 or not. I also need to check that the input is eligible in GSTR 2B or not. So multiple filters are there. And as we all know, whenever there will be a number of filters are there, in that case, the number of litigations will be enhanced. Due to that, we are saying that this section number 16 is the heart of GST, and this section number 16 should be pure, very pure. Whatever type of input tax credit you are claiming, that should be very much pure. Then only you will be in a situation to claim the input tax credit. But sir, I don't have the idea of Tamil. Just one section, please, with me, because for this section, I have only found the Hindi memory technique in a very simple way. Also, we have section number 16. Okay, but the point is that I just want to share in Hindi as well. So, Hindi में एक चीज बोलते हैं. One important thing is there. For purity, to check the purity, there is one line that is sola ane sach. For check the purity, there is one line that is sola ane sach. That this thing is sola ane sach. Then we are saying that this is completely pure. And as we all know, for claiming the input tax credit, the ITC should be very much pure. So the memory technique is sola ane sach. सोलह आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटाफट. If possible for anyone to convert it in Tamil, then please do it. 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. So this section is related to input tax credit under GST. 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. Section number 16. Okay, memory technique is 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. And in this particular section, government has mentioned that if any inward supply which is used in the course or furtherance of business, then ITC is available. But check section number 16 subsection 2 की various conditions. And under conditions, they have mentioned that for claiming the input tax credit, invoice, debit note, bill of entry should be there. And also there is a requirement that the same is reflected in GSTR 2B. Goods has been received by the recipient, or supplier has made the payment of taxes and filed the return. In that case, your refund will be eligible. Your ITC will be eligible. And if you are receiving the inward supply in lots, in such a scenario, the ITC will be available on account of receipt of your last lot. And also they have mentioned that if you are claiming the input tax credit, in that case, you need to make the payment to your supplier within 180 days. If you are not making the payment to your supplier within 180 days, in such a scenario, you need to reverse the ITC as on 181th day. Okay, and also they have clearly mentioned in this particular section that, sir, you are eligible to claim the input tax credit on account of capital goods only if you are claiming the depreciation on taxable value. If you are claiming the depreciation on invoice value, then you will not be eligible to claim the input tax credit on your taxable value. Okay, that is what is the point we need to keep in our mind. And also they have given a specific timeline to adjust the input tax credit related to the financial year, that is 30th November or the date of filing of annual return for the relevant financial year. Whichever is earlier, that will be treated as the last time in which you can make the necessary adjustment related to your input tax credit. So section number 16, 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. So this section is related to input tax credit. Section number 16 is related to input tax credit. There are multiple masters are there. They are creating the master techniques, memory techniques. You all are great, sir. Next, section number 17. Section number 17. Sir, are you enjoying now? You all are enjoying the session? Section number 17. Number 17 is something danger. Whenever we are thinking of number 17, one perception is there in my mind that something danger is there. Okay. जो perception मैं share कर रहा हूं, the perceptions which I am sharing, these are perception of market only. Okay. So section number 17, that is danger. Number 17 is something danger. Number 17 is something danger, and this section is going to restrict the input tax credit. And whenever there will be a restriction of input tax credit, whenever there will be a restriction on the claiming of input tax credit, that will be also a danger for the taxpayer, because now the ITC will not be available. So in this particular section, the government has prescribed, or government has clearly mentioned that if you are using a particular inward supply for personal purpose as well as for business purpose, in that case, you will be eligible for partial input tax credit only. That means there is a restriction on your input tax credit. They have also clearly mentioned that, sir, Yes, if you are using a inward supply for manufacturing of exempted as well as taxable product, in such a scenario, you will be eligible for partial input tax credit. Also, restriction on input tax credit, that is danger zone, and number 17 is related to danger. Also, they have clearly mentioned. Sir, for banking company, they have given an option through this particular section number 17. And they have clearly mentioned for the banking company that, sir, you have option. Banking company have option to go for the normal mechanism. That is normal scheme, you can say. Go for the normal scheme. What do you mean by the normal scheme? That means banking company is going to claim the input tax credit, then after reversal as per 42, 43, check the 17.5 and multiple things are there. You need to check multiple things from the perspective of applicability of input tax credit. Okay, banking company, NBFCs. And as we all know, if you will check the business structure of that NBFC or banking company, they have multiple input tax credit, and their outward supply is in maximum chances related to exempted under various notification. You can check interest and multiple things. Okay, so they have to do multiple calculations for calculation of reversal of 42, 43, 17.5. Multiple things are there. So government is saying that banking company or NBFC has one specific option. They can go for the optional scheme. And under that optional scheme, under that optional scheme, they have to just pay 50% of, they have to just claim 50% of input tax credit. Okay, there is no requirement to go for any reversal as per rule number 42, 43, or no need of any calculation. Whatever will be the input tax credit which is available in your GST Act 2B, just reduce the 17.5 blocked credit, and after that claim the 50% input tax credit. No need of reversal calculation as per 42, 43. This is the optional scheme, and banking company and the NBFC can select that scheme in beginning of the financial year. So this is also a special scheme which is available for only banking company, NBFC. If you are handling the work of banking and NBFC's companies, then you need to go through with this specific section. Also, section number 17, restriction. And through this particular section, government has given a list of goods and services for which you are not eligible to claim the input tax credit. That means your credit is blocked. That is motor vehicles, vessel, aircraft. You are not eligible to claim the input tax credit. But if you are using it for further supply, for training purposes, for passenger transportation, for goods transportation, yes, ITC allowed. And when the ITC is allowed, then the insurance, repair, maintenance, all the thing will be allowed. That is what is my section number 17, subsection 5, restrictions, that is blocked credit. Also, they have blocked the credit, input tax credit related to food, beverages, okay, beauty treatment. Also, they have mentioned works contract, personal purposes. Okay, these are blocked under GST under section number 17, subsection 5. So, sir, blocked credit number 17 is something danger. So this section is related to danger zone for input tax credit, that is the exempted taxable business, non-business, and blocked credit. Okay, this is a very specific section. Section number 18, just try to link this word 18, making happy. Section number 18, making happy. That means this section is provide certain happy news to all of us. Section number 18, making happy. This section is going to provide certain happy news to us. Happy is not a word. Okay, just to link with 18. Section number 18, making happy. That is, this section is going to provide us the happy news to us. Sir, what happy news? Under GST, whenever government is saying that yes, taxpayer, you are eligible to claim the input tax credit, that will be the most happy news for the taxpayer. And in this particular section, they have mentioned that yes, the taxpayer is claim the input tax credit in certain special circumstances. Now, we'll try to cover the numbers of circumstances as well. So they have said that if a particular taxpayer who is doing the business, and on a specific date the turnover has crossed the specific limit to take the GST registration, and if taxpayer is going to file an application for registration within 30 days from the date of liability, in that case, as on the date of liability, whatever will be the inward supply which is held as stock, the taxpayer will be now eligible to claim the input tax credit as on the date of liability. Okay. Now, when the taxpayer was not registered, definitely that person has bought certain goods, but that person was not registered under GST, so that person has not claimed the input tax credit. But now government is saying if you are applying for GST within 30 days from the date of liability, in that case, as on date of liability, whatever will be the inward supply you have in your stock, you are eligible to claim the input tax credit. Happy news. Next, government is saying that suppose earlier you were registered as a composition dealer. So as a composition dealer, the taxpayer was not eligible to claim the input tax credit. But now the taxpayer is going to select the regular scheme. So government is saying as on the date of liability, whatever will be the inward supply with you, you are eligible to claim the input tax credit, because now you are converting to regular scheme. And when you will convert it to regular scheme, you will pay the output tax, so you will be eligible to claim the input tax credit. And also in this particular section they have mentioned that, sir, if earlier your product was exempted but now the same is taxable, so when the product, your outward supply was exempted, definitely you have bought certain goods, so on your inward supply, whatever will be there in your stock, now you are eligible to claim the input tax credit. So this section number 18, making happy, this section is providing us the happy news in different special circumstances claim of input tax credit. One is related to new registration, another is related to exempted to taxable, and third one is related to composition to regular. Sir, I am trying to provide you the crux of these sections as well, okay, so that with memory technique you can easily link the crux of the section. Yes, related to that, we need to file form ITC 01 on the GSTN common portal. Sir, you can do one thing. I may suggest one thing to you. Related to our sections, from section number 1 till section number 138, we'll cover the memory techniques and the crux as well. If you have any query related to these sections, okay, just try to note it down in any word pad or in your plain paper. Okay. At the end of the session, we'll share the mail ID. So you just need to send your mails on that mail ID by Friday. We'll definitely respond your each and every queries. Okay, because the point is that today we have a limited amount of time, so you can do this thing. Okay, so your section wise queries will be okay, and you all will be in a situation to get the response from me. Okay, we'll provide the answer in writing. We'll also connect on call. Okay, so for next 2 to 3 days I will be available for you. Now section number, so that our flow will be maintained for learning the memory techniques. Sir, I am not able to now write any any mail ID. I will share with you my mail ID, so you can mail on that. Okay. Section number 19. Section number 19. Sir, one perception is there. Whenever I will perform a particular work, I will perform with 100% efficiency. But when someone else will perform that work, that person will perform that work with less efficiency. Am I right? If I am providing the memory techniques, I am providing in the best way. If someone else will provide, that person will provide in a less effective way. That is what is my perception. That is what is the perception of a particular person who is providing that details or who is handling that particular thing. Okay. So whenever I will perform anything, I will perform 21, that is 21. Whenever someone will perform with less efficiency, that is 19. So this section is related to work done by others. Whenever I will perform something, I will perform with 100% efficiency, that is 21. If someone else will perform, that person will perform with less efficiency, that is 19. हिंदी में बोलते हैं, जब मैं कोई चीज करूंगा, मैं 21 करूंगा, दूसरा करेगा तो 19 करेगा. Okay. So work done by others, that is job worker. Under this particular section, government has covered that if the taxpayer is providing or assign any work to the job worker, in that case, the place of job worker, if unregistered, in that case should be added as an additional place of business. If the principal is going to supply any goods to the place of job worker, in that case, the same should be returned back within 1 year. Otherwise, the same will be treated as supply. Or if any capital goods has been sent to the place of job worker, in such a scenario, the same will be returned back within 3 years. Otherwise, the same will be treated as supply. So this is the important thing which is mentioned in section number 19 related to job worker. So this section is very important for us, as when we are handling the client, we also need to ask our client, sir, any additional place is there? Are you in any job work industry through the analysis of the nature of industry? And if yes, then have you added the place as an additional place of business if the someone is unregistered? Also need to maintain the job work register. So section number 19, very important. Section number 20 and 21, both we are covering with each other. Sir, section number 20, just look on the number 2020. This is a distribution of amount 2020. This is a distribution, and this section is related to distribution of input tax credit. This section is related to distribution of input tax credit. 2020, section number 20, 2020, that is distribution of input tax credit. So this section is related to distribution of IS input tax credit by ISD, input service distributor. For example, suppose I am from Jodhpur, Rajasthan. I have the head office in Jodhpur, Rajasthan. Multiple branches. One branch is at Karnataka, another is at Tamil Nadu, third branch is at Goa. Okay. So I have taken certain services on behalf of whole of my branches as a unit. In that case, the supplier will prepare the invoice with the name of head office, but I have different GSTN. And these services are related to those branches as well. So I need to transfer the input tax credit to my branches. So for that purpose, head office needs to take the registration as an input service distributor, and head office can transfer the input tax credit to the various branches in the ratio of turnover of previous financial year. And if the turnover is not there in the previous financial year, in such a scenario, the last quarter in which the turnover is there, I need to transfer the input tax credit in that ratio. And suppose when the head office is transferring the input tax credit to various branches, Goa, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, in such a scenario, suppose the taxpayer is distributed certain excess input tax credit, then the same should be reversed through debit or credit note. So the debit and credit note related to input tax credit under ISD is covered under section number 21. So section number 20, 2020 is the distribution of input tax credit. So this section is related to distribution by the ISD. And section number 21, if you have distributed any excess input tax credit, then the same can be reversed through the debit note, and the same is covered under section number 21. Let's recap. Section number 1. Number 1 is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number 1 is related to commencement of GST. Section number 3. Number 3 is the indication of bad. So this section is related to the officer who is going to correct the bad things. Number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officers. Section number 5 is very high, that is powers of the officers. Section number 6, authority fix. Section number 7, S for supply. Section number 8, is a mixture of 00. So this is related to mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine charging section. Section number 10, Number 10 includes zero, that is zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit. Section number 11, E for exemption. Section number 12, number 12 is indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply. Number 13 is time of supply in case of services, and number 14 is related to time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. Section number 16, 16 आने such ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. Section number 17, danger zone, that is restrictions to claim the input tax credit. Section number 18, making happy, that is credit in special circumstances. Section number 19, when I will perform a work, I will perform with 100% efficiency, that is 21. If someone else is going to perform, that person will perform with less efficiency, that is 19. So work done by others, that is job worker. Section number 20, 2020, that is distribution of input tax credit by input service distributor. And if excess distributed, then the reversal should be done through the credit or debit note, and the same is mentioned in section number 21. Before moving to section number 22, just let me know, sir, are you enjoying the session?
Yes, sir. 20 तक थोड़ा एक क्वेश्चन लेंगे प्रभु.
Yes, definitely will take.
we
But
can take
I
some
think
questions.
we should go for questions after 50 sections because sections are
50,
more
yeah?
and we need to.
No, no, I have been sent some messages, two crucial messages. Just if we throw some of this one, but at your discretion only we'll go.
Yes, yes, definitely. So you have shared the questions on my WhatsApp number?
No, sir. Just I will openly I will ask because some they have sent a message and they are pressing me to ask from my mouth only.
Okay, okay. So can we do one thing? We can ask the questions at last because the point is that the content is very huge and we need to
Yes.
cover all the actions, sections.
Okay, sir. Okay. Okay. Okay.
That
Okay.
will be the great. I think that will be the great thing. So that
Definitely. Definitely. Yes. I think
we can do this
everybody
with.
now got the message. Yes.
Yes, yes. So I
Thank you.
request everyone, please ask the questions at the end of session related to sections. And if you have any other query
Yes,
related
I
to
request
GST,
one and all to note down your questions or anything. Anything. The speaker has allowed you to ask anything relevant to the subject. So you can note down everything.
yes, yes,
You can put
definitely
it
you
in the
can ask
chat
it.
box also instead of sending it to me also. So that will be known to all. Thank you, sir.
Yes, yes. Definitely. You just need to do one thing. You just need to write your questions in a Word file, or if you want to write in a plain paper, you can do it. You can send it to sir, or you can directly mail it to me. We'll definitely respond for each and every query by Friday, and we'll also connect on call. Or for short queries, we'll take in sessions itself because the point is that the time is limited and we have to cover a very huge content. Okay. So that is what is the purpose. I am not taking the queries now. Okay, I think you all are understanding the point. Although I am available for you. Any query will definitely respond. Now, next section. Section number 22. Section number 22. Number 22. Just focus on number 22. Just focus on number 22. Just focus on the word 20. Sir, as we all know, under GST, to take the GST registration, yes, the recorded session is available. You will get the recordings as well. Okay. But I request everyone to join the live session because it will be a great experience for all of you, I think. Okay. So, section number 22. Number 20. Number 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. As we all know, if my turnover crosses the limit of 20 lakh, in that case I need to go for the GST registration. So section number 22, 20, just focus on the 20, limit to take the GST registrations, and this section is related to registrations under GST. This sections is related to registrations under GST. Section number 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration, and this section is related to the registrations under GST. And this section is saying that, sir, if your turnover crosses the specified limit, in that case you have to take the registration under GST. Okay, that is what is the crux of this specific section. So this is a very theoretical section. Now from section number 22 till section number 30, all these sections are based on theoretical approach, but important sections. Okay. So section 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration if you are dealing in goods and services as well. If you are merely dealing in goods, in that case, the limit is 40 lakh rupees. Okay. And for certain states, it's 10 lakh rupees as well. Section number 23, just try to link the word 23. Just try to link the word 23. 23 free. Section 23 free. That means you need not to take the GST registration, whatever will be your turnover. Section 23 no need to take GST registration. That is 23 free, no need to take the GST registration. This section is saying if you are exclusively engaged in the supply of exempted products, or if in case of agriculturalist, no need to take the GST registration, whatever will be the turnover. So section 23 free, no need to take the GST registration. Section 23 free, no need to take the GST registration. And they have given two circumstances. One is related to agriculturalist and another is related to exempted, exclusively engaged in the exempted product, then no requirement to take the GST registration. Section 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration, and this section is related to registrations under GST. If your turnover crosses the specific limit, in such a scenario, you need to take the GST registration, you need to apply. That is what is the language of section number 22. Section 23, free, no need to take the GST registration. Sir, section number 18 is related to the credit in special circumstances, how you can claim the input tax credit. But section number 22 is limit to take the GST registration. Both are different. 18 is related to input tax credit, making happy. You are eligible to claim the input tax credit. But section 22 is related to registrations under GST. Is that okay? Perfect solutions. Now, section number 24. Just try to link the word. Section number 24. Section number 24, just try to link the word for with sure. Section number 24, sure. That means whatever will be your turnover, you need to take the GST registration. This is sure. Section 24, sure, you need to take the GST registration. That is, if you are dealing in any interstate supply, or in case of non-resident taxable person, or in case of casual taxable person, or in case of C&F agent, carrying and forwarding agent, or in case of TDS, TCS deductor, you need to take the GST registration. This is mandatorily required. Whatever will be your turnover, you need to take the GST registration. So section 23, free, no need to take GST registration. Agriculturalist, exclusively exempted. Section 24 is sure. That means you need to take the GST registration. Section 25. Section 25, just try to link this word 25. Section 25, procedure defined. Section 25, procedure defined. Section 25, procedure defined. This section is related to the procedure for filing a registration application. And in this particular section, they have mentioned that for taking the GST registration, first you need to apply on the GSTN common portal. After application on GSTN common portal, after generation of ARN, Aadhaar verification, your application will be assigned to a jurisdictional officer. Then after, if jurisdictional officer wants, then he may issue the show cause notice. Otherwise, he can approve the registration application. The GSTN will be generated, or the officer has power to go for the physical inspection before registration. So this section is related to procedure of GST registration. Section 25, procedure defined. Section 25, procedure defined. Section 26. Sir, section 26, registration fix. Section 26, registration fix. They are saying that within a specified timeline, if the tax officer is not going to issue any show cause notice or not going to approve your registration application, in such a scenario, it will be deemed approved. It will be deemed approved. Now for different states, the different limit is there. For Rajasthan, it is 30 days. Okay, if the authority is not going to approve in 30 days, in that case, your registration will be deemed approved. The same is there through section number 26. Section 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. So section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. Section number 23, free, no need to take GST registration. Section number 24, sure, you need to take the GST registration. Section 25, procedure defined. Section 26, registration fix. Section 27, just try to link the word 27. 27 heaven. Section 27, just try to link section 27 taking favor. Section 27 taking favor. Section 27 taking favor. favor of casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. So this section is specifically related to casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. Section 27, taking favor. This section is related to casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. And as per this particular section, they are saying that yes, casual taxable person or non-resident taxable person has to take the registration before commencement of the business, and they have to deposit the estimated tax in advance, and they will assign the GST registration maximum for 90 days, but the further can be extended for further 90 days. So section 27, taking favor of non-resident taxable person, casual taxable person. Section 28 is very great. Just try to link the word 8, great. Section 28 is very great. Section 28 is very great. Why great? Because this section is providing you the opportunity for amendments. We all are Indians and we require certain corrections. Okay, so section 28, very great. So this section is related to amendments under GST. This section is providing the opportunity of amendments, and as per this particular section, if the taxpayer wants to change any principal place of business, additional place of business, or any addition in the director partners, or in change in the partner director, change in mobile number, mail ID, bank account, HSN code, HCC code, then the same can be performed through the amendments, and the power of amendments will be there through section number 28. Sir, now onwards, whenever we'll check the GST and common portal, I suppose you all will be in a situation to check the GST and common portal with reference to sections. Whenever you will file the amendments, then the first thing which will be there in your mind, sir, amendment, that is great opportunity. Section 28, great. That is amendments in the registration particulars. Section 29, deny. Just try to link the word section 29. Deny. Deny from your registration. Section 29, deny from your registration. This section is related to cancellation of registration. This section is related to cancellation of registration. Section 29, deny, that is cancellation of registration. This section is saying that if taxpayer is involved in fraudulent activities or taxpayer has not filed the return for a continuous period, in such a scenario, the registration can be cancelled by the departmental authority. Section 29, deny, that is cancellation of registration. Section 29, deny, that is cancellation of registration. So whenever the departmental authority is going to issue the order for cancellation of registration, then now your focus should be on section number 29, because the notice or the order will be issued under section number 29 only. Section 29, deny. Section 30, just try to link this word. Section 30 is not very dirty. Section 30 is not very dirty because this section is providing the opportunity. This section is providing the opportunity for revocation of registration. Section 29, denying, that means cancellation of registration. But this section is going to provide you the opportunity for revocation of registration. So section 30 is not very dirty because this section is providing us the opportunity for revocation of registration. Section 30 is not very dirty because this section is providing the opportunity for revocation of registration. After cancellation of registration, if taxpayer wants to submit something to the tax authorities, in that case the taxpayer can file an application of revocation of registration with required documentation. Okay, and if you have not filed the revocation application, or if the revocation application has been rejected by the authority, in such a scenario only one way will be there, that is appeal. Okay, in this particular session we'll also discuss the sections related to advance ruling, the sections related to appeal, the sections related to penalty, the section related to compounding. All those things will cover. Okay, so section 30 is not very dirty because this section is providing you the opportunity for revocation of registration. Section 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. So section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. Section 23, free, no need to take the GST registration in case of agriculturalist or exclusively exempted. Section 24, sure, you need to take the GST registration in circumstances. Section 25, procedure defined. Section 26, registration fix. Section 27, taking favor. Section 28, great, providing the opportunity for revocation, that is amendments of the registration particulars. Section 29, denying, that is cancellation of registration. Section 30 is not very dirty because providing us the opportunity for revocation. Section 31. Section 31. Just try to link this word 31. Section 31, invoicing done. This section is related to section 31, invoicing done. This section is related to invoicing under GST. As we all know, for making the outward supply, there is requirement of invoices. But as a tax professional, as a consultant for my client, I should have the complete idea of the invoicing mechanism under GST so that I can easily suggest my client, or I can easily check that the invoicing done by my client is perfect or not, the time of invoicing is perfect or not, all the particulars which is required on the invoicing is made or not. That is what is the crux of this specific section. This section is going to provide that you need to issue the invoice within that particular time. In case of goods, if there will be involvement of movement, in that case, before movement, the invoice should be issued, or at the time of movement, the invoice should be issued. Okay, provision of service se pehle, you need to issue the invoice. That is what is the thing we just need to consider in our mind. Or within 30 days from the provision of service, we need to issue the invoice. That is what is the last timeline to issue the invoice. So all these things are mentioned in this particular section. So section 31, invoicing done. Section 32, just try to link the word. Section 32, to collection of tax. Section 32, to collection of tax. Section 32, to collection of tax. To means excess, that means unauthorized collection of tax. Tax in excess of invoice. Section 32, to collection of tax, that means tax unauthorized collection. That means through this particular section, they are specifying that whatever will be the tax amount which you have mentioned on your invoice, the taxpayer is not eligible to collect the tax in excess of the tax which is mentioned on the invoice. Okay, so whenever any person is going to collect the tax in excess of the invoice amount, in that case, we just need to suggest that as per section number 32, this is not available for you. So section 32, to collection of the tax, that is unauthorized collection of the tax. Section 33, mandatory. Section 33, mandatory. Just try to link the word 33 with mandatory. Section 33, mandatory. Section 33, mandatory. This section is providing the list of things which is mandatorily required on the invoices. Okay, section 33, mandatory. This particular section is provide us the detail that these are the things which should be there on the invoice. That means the invoice number should be there, invoice date should be there, the particulars of supplier, the particulars of recipient, the signature, the IGST, CGST, SGST, the taxable value, the HSN, SSE code should be required on the invoices. So section 33, mandatory, that is mandatory fields on the invoices. Section 33, mandatory, that is mandatory fields on the invoices. Next section, very much interesting section. Section 34, very interesting section, sir. Just look on the number 3 and 4. Just look on the number 3 and 4. Very interesting section. Section 34, sir. As we all know, whenever I want to reduce my outward supply, I have to issue credit note. Am I right? In my GSTR 1 return, we are going to issue the credit note for reducing the outward supply. For enhancing the outward supply due to margin, due to rate difference, we have to issue the debit notes. Am I right? Through credit note, we are reducing the liability. Through debit note, we are enhancing the liability. So section number 34, whenever you will look on the number 34, in that case, first thing which should be there in your mind, that is number 3 is less. So this is reduction. And number 4 is higher side, that is enhancement. So this is my credit note. And 4 is my debit note. So this section number 34 is related to debit and credit note under GST. And in this particular section, they have clearly mentioned that only supplier has right to issue the debit or credit note under GST. So the technique to recall the section number 34, 3 is a lower side, 4 is a higher side. 3 is my credit note, that is reduction in the outward supply. 4 is enhancement of the outward supply. So this section is related to credit and debit note under GST. Section number 35. Just try to link the word 35 justify. Section 35 justify. Sir, don't take any pressure on your brain if you will recall all these sections for 2 to 3 times. In that case, this is my assurance to you, each and every section will be there in your brain. Okay. Although by 3 p.m. you all will be in situation to recall all the sections. Okay. No issue with that. But yes, you need to recall all these things for 2 to 3 times so that it will be completely there in your brain. Now, section number 35, justify. This section is saying the records which is justified under GST. This section is saying the records which is justified under section number 35. Section 35, justify. This section is saying that the taxpayer has to maintain the sales ledger, the purchase ledger, the journal ledger, the cash ledger. Okay, all the invoices should be there in record. The job work register should be maintained. So all the documents which is required under GST, the same is mentioned in section number 35. Okay, so whenever our client wants to start a new business, in that case our client is asking that, sir, what type of documents I need to maintain? So at that time we need to go with section number 35, because section 35 justify these are the documents which is required to be maintained. So this section is going to suggest us the list of documents which is required. Section number 36, sir, section number 36, very special section. And after that, we have a very special section again. Section 36, as we all know, under GST, we need to retain the documentation, that is books of accounts, for 6 years. That means 72 months from the due date of return filing, annual return filing for the relevant financial year. That means for financial year 2020-23, the due date to file the annual return is my 31st December 2023. From that date till 72 months, I need to retain the documents. 72 months is equal to 6 years. So section number 36, 6 year. Section number 36, 6 year retention of books of accounts. So this section is related to retention of the books of accounts under GST. This section is related to retention of the books of accounts under GST. Section 36, number 6. 6 years you need to retain the books of accounts under GST. So section number 36 is related to retention of the books of accounts under GST. Now, sir, one thing I just want to share before moving on section number 37. Section 37, 6 year retention. So this section is related to retention of the books of accounts. Section 37, sir, when the GST was introduced, at that time we all know the due date to filing the GSTR1 return was, can you please comment in the chat box, when the GST was introduced, the due date to file the GSTR1 return was? Sir, for GSTR1, I am not asking for 3B, and I am not asking for now. I am asking when the GST was introduced at that time, the GSTR1 return. due date was yes, 10th of subsequent month. I have received the reply. Okay, for 3B, the due date was 20th, but for 1, the due date to file the GSTR1 return at that time was 10th of subsequent month. Okay, now it's 11th. For recalling the 3 to 4 sections, I just request everyone to recall or to just presume that the due date to file the GSTR1 return is 10th. Okay, just for memory techniques. Okay, you just need to presume that the due date to file the GSTR1 return is 10th. Okay, so now section number 37, 3 plus 7 is equal to 10, and as we all know, the 10th was the due date to file the GSTR1 return, and under GSTR1 return we all are declaring our outward supply. So this section number 37 is related to outward supply under GST. This section is related to outward supply under GST. Section 37, 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. And as we all know that under GST, the due date to file the GSTR1 return was 10th of the subsequent month. And under GSTR1 return, we all are declaring the outward supply. So this section is related to outward supply under GST. And in this particular section, they have mentioned that the taxpayer has to declare the outward supply in the GSTR1 return by the specified date, and they have provided the bifurcation as B2B, B2C as CDNR, debit note, export, exempted, the HSN code wise summary, the document summary, all those things should be provided. So when we are filing our monthly GSTR1 return, now onwards, one concept will be there in our brain, that the complete formation of this GSTR1 return is due to section number 37 only. So 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. 10 was the due date to file the GSTR1 return, and under GST, the GSTR1 is related to outward supply. Sir, now it's 11th. I am just using the word 10th of the subsequent month was the date. Okay, so in the recent time when the GST was introduced, at that time the date was 10th. Okay, and we are just using for our memory techniques. Section 38, just try to link the word 38 with fake. Section 38 fake, section 38 fake, section 38 fake. This section is going to provide the conditions to reduce the fake input tax credit. Hence, in this particular section, section 38, they have mentioned that you need to claim the input tax credit as per GSTR 3B, GSTR 2B. But the point is that while claiming the input tax credit from GSTR 2B, you will not be eligible to claim the input tax credit on account of a specific supplier who is newly registered under GST. Also, you are not eligible to claim the input tax credit if your supplier has not filed the return, or the supplier has not paid the taxes, or there may be chances of difference between 3B and 1 of the supplier, or you have not filed your return. Then in that case also you will not be eligible to claim the input tax credit. So these are the multiple conditions which has been prescribed in section number 38 to reduce the fake input tax credit. Because when everything is flowed through this GSTR 2B, then there may be chances of very less frauds or fake input tax credit. Because when the supplier is going to make the payment of taxes, return filing regularly basis, and the person is claiming the input tax credit, then we can say 80% assurance is there. So section 38 fake, that is conditions to reduce the fake input tax credit. Section 38 fake, conditions to reduce the fake input tax credit. Section 39, just try to link the word 39. Section 39 payment defined. Section 39 payment defined. Section 39 payment defined. This section is related to payment under GST, and as we all know that we all are paying the taxes under GST through GSTR 3B only. We all are paying the taxes under GST through GSTR 3B only. When we are filing the GSTR1 return, we are not paying any taxes. Okay, we are paying the taxes through GSTR 3B. So the GSTR 3B is prescribed in this section number 39. Section 37, 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. 10 was the due date to file the return under GST, that is outward supply, and this section is related to outward supply under GST. Section number 38 fake, reduction of the fake input tax credit conditions. Section 39 payment defined. Next section, very important and very interesting case memory technique is also there. Section number 40. Before moving to section number 40, I just want to share with you one small example, okay, for your reference. Sir, suppose I have applied for GST registration on 22nd of April. I have applied for GST registration on 22nd of April. ARN has been generated on 23rd of April. Government has allotted me the GSTN as on 15th of May. Government has allotted me the GSTN as on 15th of May 2024, you can say. From 23rd of April till 15th of May, I have made certain sales based on ARN. I can do so. Based on ARN, I can make the sales, because when I will file my return, at that time, I will incorporate the sales and I will issue the revised invoice to my clients, my customers, okay, with GSTN. So I have made the sales from 23rd of April till 15th of May based on ARN. On 15th of May, I have received the GSTN. So when I will file my first return, at that time, I need to show the sales which I had made during the period 23rd April till 15th of May, and I need to issue a revised invoice to my customer with GSTN. That is what is the mechanism we all know. This mechanism is provided in section number 40. This mechanism is provided in section number 40 of CGST Act, and the memory technique is that, sir, whenever you will look on the number 40, number of 40, in that case, you just need to assume that, sir, during this period, that is before allotment of the GSTN, your turnover was 4, but you have declared 0. Why? Because, sir, you have not received the GSTN. So when you have not received the GSTN, how you can file the return? Hence, you have declared the turnover of 0, but in actual, your turnover was 4. So when you will file your first return, at that time, you have to declare the turnover. Hence, this section number 40 is related to your first return. Section 40, turnover was 4, but you have declared 0. So whenever you will file your first return, you can declare that turnover. That is your first return. So the concept of first return is governed through this section number 40. Sir, in our day-to-day practices, multiple things, multiple concepts are there we are following. But the point is that we have no idea of sections. But now I hope after this session, after this workshop, we all are in situation to link all our practical compliances with sections. And that is what is the motive of this particular course, okay, or this particular workshop. Koi technical baat I don't want to share. I just want to share how you can recall the sections. Baki, I know you all are in situation to technically analyze the sections. But the point is that at that time, how we can recall the section in front of the departmental authority when we are going for the hearing, when we are going for any, when I am going for any hearing or any litigation. In that case, suppose I need to take the reference of any specific sections, but I have no idea. In that case, how I can present the sections? Sir, based on ARN number, the sales can be made. The sales can be made, and after getting the GSTN, the revised invoice should be issued, so the counterparty will get the input tax credit. That is what is the mechanism which is there after generation of ARN number. Okay. Now, next, section number 41. Just try to link this word, section 41. ITC claim done. Section 41, ITC claim done. And in this particular section, government has specified that yes, taxpayer is able to claim the input tax credit through the GSTR 3B return. Sir, we are claiming the input tax credit in GSTR 3B return. Why? Because fields is there. Why fields is there? Due to this section number 41, because in this section number 41, they have clearly mentioned that the input tax credit can be claimed in the form GSTR 3B. And if the taxpayer is not going to make the payment within 180 days to the supplier, in that case, the same should be reversed in the GSTR 3B. That is what is the mechanism which has been provided in this section number 41, ITC claim done. section number 42, 43 removed by the government. Okay, not there, because these are the sections which is related to the initial mechanism of GST, GSTR1, GSTR2, GSTR3, but now no any type of mechanism is there. We have GSTR1, GSTR3B, GSTR2B, so these sections are not relevant now, so government has removed the same. Section number 44, sir, I require your 100% attention on the screen. Section number 44, and I require your 100% attention on the screen. Sir, recently we all have filed the annual return for our client. Okay. The purpose of annual return is to reconcile the sales of books of accounts with the GST record sales. The purpose of annual return is to reconcile the book sales with the GST return sales. Whatever we have declared in our GSTR3B, GSTR1, I just want to reconcile that sales with my books of account sales. That is what is the motive. Am I right? So, section number 44, this 1(4) is for books. The another 4 is for GST records. And books and GST record sales are equalized in your annual return. So we can say section number 44 is related to annual return under GST. Section 44 is related to annual return under GST. First 4 is related to book sales. Second 4 is related to GST records. And when both are equalized, and we all are going to equalize it while filing the annual return, so this section is related to annual return under GST. Sir, section 44, okay for everyone? You may comment in the chat box. Section 45, next section. Sir, next section, section 45. Just try to use certain number techniques. Okay. So number technique is 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side. 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side, that is 10. Under GST, GSTR 10 is related to, can you please comment? GSTR 10 is related to final return. Yes. GSTR 10 is related to final return. Section 10 is related to composition. Okay. So section number 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side. That is section 10, and GSTR 10 under GST is related to final return. So this section, section number 45 is related to final return. And in this particular section, government has prescribed that after filing an application, for the cancellation of registration, and after approval of the cancellation of registration and order of cancellation of registration, you have to file the GSTR 10, that is final return under GST. So this section is related to final return under GST. For one section, we can go for multiple memory techniques, but the point is that these memory techniques which we have created, we have tested on over 5,000 participants. Okay, so I think these are easy to recall, easy to remember. Okay, section 44, 4 is my books, 4 is my GST records, so both are equalized in case of my annual return. Section number 46, sir, the due date to file the GSTR1 return was 10th. Okay, was 10th. 4 plus 6 is equal to 10, and if the taxpayer is not going to file the return, that is GSTR1 by 10th, in such a scenario, departmental authority may issue the notice for delay in filing the return. Notice for delay in filing the return. Departmental authority may issue the notice for delay in filing the returns. Or section number 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. 10 was the due date to file the GSTR1 return. But if the taxpayer has not filed the return by 10th, in such a scenario, departmental authority may issue the notice for delay in filing the returns. Whenever you will log into your GST and common portal, multiple time on right hand side, you will found certain notices on account of delay in filing the return defaulters. That notice has been issued under section number 46. Now you may check, your focus will be directly on this section. Section number 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. 10 was the due date to file the GSTR1 return. And if the taxpayer has not filed the return by 10th, in such a scenario, the notice may be issued by the departmental authority for delay in filing the return. Next section. Section number 47. Sir, the due date to file the GSTR1 return was 10th. Okay. Taxpayer has not filed by 10th. In such a scenario, section 46 is saying that notice can be issued by the departmental authority. After notice, suppose the taxpayer is going to file the return on 11th. 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. And suppose if the taxpayer is going to file the return by 11th, in such a scenario, GST portal will take the late fees as well. So this section is related to late fees. Section 47, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. And if the taxpayer is not going to file the return by 10th, in such a scenario, if the taxpayer will file the return on 11th, the late fees will be there. So this late fees is through section number 47. Whenever departmental authority will issue the notice on account of late fees for delay in filing the GSTR1 return, then the same will be issued under section number 47. Okay. So एक बार इस सीरीज को रिकैप करते हैं. जस्ट ट्राई टू रिकैप दिस सीरीज. सेक्शन नंबर 44, 4444, 1/4 is my annual return, another 4 is my books of accounts. Both are reconciling. 1/4 is my books of accounts, another 4 is my GST records, when both are equalized in case of annual return. Section 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side, that is 10, and GSTR 10 is related to final return under GST. Section number 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. 4 plus 6 is equal to 10, and the due date to file the GSTR1 return was 10th. But if the taxpayer has not filed the GSTR1 return by 10th, in such a scenario, notice may be issued. So notice for delay in filing the return is through section number 46. Section number 47, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. As we all know, the due date to file the GSTR1 return was 10th. But if the taxpayer is going to file the same on 11th, in such a scenario, late fees will be there. Section 48 is not relevant because this is related to GST practitioners, the examination and all those things. So this is not relevant for our practical perspective. Section 49. Yes, if anyone have any issue with my speed, okay, if I need to slow my speed, then I will definitely slow down. Just text me in the chat box, okay, not an issue. Although now I have maintained the speed. Section 49, payment mechanism defined. Just try to link the word section 49, payment mechanism defined. Section 49, payment mechanism defined. This section is going to provide you the mechanism for payment of taxes under GST. That means first you can take the payment through the credit ledger, then after you may take the amount from your cash ledger as well. Okay, and they have also provided the mechanism that the IGST liability will be first utilized through the IGST credit, then CGST, then SGST. Your CGST liability will be first utilized through IGST, then CGST. Your SGST liability will be first utilized through IGST, then SGST. That is what is the mechanism which has been prescribed under GST section number 49. This process we are following in our day-to-day practices while filing the return. But the point is that we should also need to know how or from where this particular type of mechanism is there. So this mechanism is through section number 49, payment mechanism defined. Section 50, sir, section 50, interesting memory technique. Section 50, just try to understand. Suppose the tax liability under GST was 5, but I have paid 0. Through this particular 50, just try to understand. The liability to pay tax under GST is for 5, but the taxpayer has paid only 0. In that case, whenever the taxpayer is going to make the payment of that liability, taxpayer has to pay with interest. Taxpayer has to pay with interest. Sir, my voice is audible? Just confirm me in the chat box.
You are audible, sir. You are audible.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you. Okay. So section 50. Section 50. 5 is the tax liability, but taxpayer has paid 0 only. 5 is the tax liability, but the taxpayer had paid 0 only. In such a scenario, whenever the taxpayer is going to make the payment, at that time, taxpayer has to make the payment with interest. With interest. So this section is related to interest liability under GST. Whenever the departmental authority will issue the notice on account of interest liability, definitely the notice will be issued under section number 50 only. So whenever we'll see the number 50, 5 was the liability, but the taxpayer has paid 0 only. In that case, whenever the taxpayer is going to make the payment of taxes, taxpayer has to pay with interest. So interest is through section number 50. Just try to recap all those 50 sections in one shot in next 5 minutes. So I just require your 100% attention on the screen. Section number 1. Number 1 is the commencement of counting under GST. Section number 1 is related to commencement, short and extent and title. Section number 3. Number 3 is something bad. So the officer who is going to correct the bad thing, that is officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officers. Section number 5 is very high, that means powers of the officers. Section number 6, authority fix. Section number 7, S47, S4 supply. Section number 8, is a mixture of 00, that is composite and mixed supply. Section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section under GST. Section number 10, includes 0, that is zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit. Section number 11, E for exemption. So this section is related to exemptions under GST. Section number 12, is indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply. 12 is related to time of supply in case of goods. 13 is related to time of supply in case of services, and 14 is related to time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. Section number 16, 16 आने such ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. Section number 17, danger zone, that is restrictions to claim the input tax credit. Section number 18, making you happy, that is special circumstances. Section number 19, if I will perform a work, I will perform with 100% efficiency. Someone else will perform with less efficiency, that is work done by others, that is job worker. Section number 20, that is distribution of input tax credit by the input service distributor. And if input distributed in excess, then the same can be reversed through debit or credit note. Section number 21. Section number 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration, and under GST, to take the GST registration is 20. So section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. Section number 23, free, no need to take the GST registration in case of exclusively exempted products or in case of agriculturalist. Section number 24, sure, you need to take the GST registration. Section number 25, procedure defined. Section number 26, registration fix. That means if within a specified timeline, if the tax authority is not going to issue any notice, in that case, your registration will be auto approved, deemed approved. Section number 27, taking favor of casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person. Section number 28, great, providing the opportunity for amendments. Section number 29, denying, that means cancellation of registration. Section number 30 is not very dirty, that is providing the opportunity for revocation of cancellation of registration. Section number 31, invoicing done. Section number 32, collection of tax, that is unauthorized collection of the taxes. Section number 33, mandatory fields on the invoices. Section number 34, 3 is reduction, 4 is enhancement, that is credit and debit note under GST. Section number 35, justify, records which is justified under GST. Section number 36, 6 years tak retention of the books of account. Section number 37, 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. 10th was the due date to file the GSTR1 return and outward supply. Section number 38, fake, that means fake input tax credit, conditions to reduce the fake ITC. Section number 39, payment defined. Section number 44, was my tax liability, that is sales. I have declared only 0, then you can declare in your first return. Section number 41, ITC claim done. Section number 42, 43 removed. Section number 42, first 4 is related to my books of accounts, other 4 is related to my GST records. Both are equalized in case of annual return. Section number 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side, that is section number 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side, that is 10. And under GST 10 is related to final return. So this section is related to final return. Section number 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. 10 was the due date to file your return. Under GST, the taxpayer has to file the return on time. If the taxpayer is not going to file the return by 10th, in such a scenario, notice can be issued. So section 46 is related to notice in case of delay in filing of returns. Section number 47, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. If the taxpayer has not filed the return by 10th, in such a scenario, the late fees will be there if the same will file by 11th. Section number 48 is not so relevant, related to GST practitioners. Section number 49, payment mechanism defined, or section number 50, the tax liability was 5, taxpayer has paid 0. So whenever the taxpayer will make the payment, then interest will be there. So this section is related to interest under GST. All the 50 sections are okay for everyone. Sir, PPT abhi move karegi bhi nahi, because this is on a single page. All the 50 sections. I think you are not boring. Okay. I suppose everyone is enjoying the session. Thank you for your feedback in the, or your comments in the chat box. It plays a very important role for me. Thank you for here. So now I am just planning for a break for 15 minutes. Can we go for that? And before break, I just want to share with you one important information with you, one important news for you, you can say.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can we go
Yes,
for a
yes, you
break
are
for
audible.
15?
You are very much audible.
Okay, okay. Can we go for a break for 15 minutes? Before that, I just want to share one information related to my newly launched book.
Oh, flash news. Boliye, sir. Please tell me.
So I just want to convey one important fact that recently I have authored one specific book on GST. This book is not based on any technical or fundamental things. Okay. And this book is completely based on the practical approach, because GST professionals as one specific issue that, sir, we are not able to learn the book of 500 pages, 1000 pages, 5000 pages, or we are not able to learn from the Bare Act because the language is quite complicated or quite complex. Okay. So after
Exactly.
considering all these type of things, I was working since last 6 months on this specific book, or this book is now in pre-launch only. So we have launched a specific book on GST, and this book is completely based on chart. Okay. So I just want to share with you in a professional information form. So this is my newly launched book. This book is covering the complete CGST Act, complete IGST Act, and the notice handling techniques, the notice reading techniques, the notice drafting techniques, and the exemption list, and the various definitions under GST. So you can say this is a bunch of things which will be there in this particular single one book. And this book, the most important thing is that this book is completely in a chart form. Nothing like be there like content. You will found everything in chart form only. If you will see, this is just in a chart book, and we have covered everything in the form of, this is also a colored book and not in size of A4. This book is in size of diary size, so you can carry anywhere every time. Okay, so you can carry with you while going for a travel, while going for a departmental hearing, or for anything else. You can use this particular book. Okay. So, and the charts are looking like this. I'm just going to open the charts. So charts are looking like this. This book is completely based on colorful chart, and size is in diary size. Okay, not in A4 size. We have covered the complete CGST Act, complete IGST Act, with memory techniques. Okay, the memory techniques are written in this book as well. With this book, our company is providing the short tool as well. In that tool, we have covered all the sections in 10 minutes only. Okay, so if you are going for any hearing or any litigation, in that case, you just need to watch that 10 minutes video. All the sections will be covered. Also, with this book, one 10-hour detailed video is there, that what are the things which is there in this particular book. Okay, so this is just information from my side, that this is the book which is there, and the complete CGST IGST Act is covered in this book for the professional help only. And the information which is there, that now this book is available on cost only for today only. Okay, because we have a session with the institute, so we are providing this book on cost only. Okay, the actual price of this course is 2,100, but today, if anyone wants to buy, then the price will be 1,400 only, 1,499, 1,499 only. With this book, complete book is physical address plus the recorded video of 10 hours plus 10 minutes specific video. Okay, so if anyone wants to buy, then we may share the link to buy this book. Okay, that is what is from my side. This is just for the information perspective, because we have designed this book for the help of professionals only. Okay, and this is the cost only. We are providing on cost only, because our target is not to earn any profit from this book. The target is to provide this book to maximum number of participants, so that they can enroll for this book, they can get the knowledge, and whenever they will go in front of any departmental authority, or whenever they will handle their day-to-day practices or filing the returns, they can use it. If you want to prepare a reply, that is drafting of reply, if you will check, multiple things are there in the market, but the point is that in this book we have included the crux, that what are the things which should be part of a particular reply, how you need to read a particular notice. That is what is the thing which is also included. This book is available only in one language, that is English. Okay, but in a very simplified language, complete charts are there, no any boring content is there. Okay, so this is from my side. Now I'm going for a break for 15 minutes. We'll meet sharp at 12:30.
Sir,
I'm
after seeing this book, just what actually we are discussing here, on GST, we will make a comics, one type of comic type and even that type of. So
yes,
एक छोटा सा वीडियो सरी का बनाएंगे, कैसा ये मिक्सड
yes,
सप्लाई कैसा होता है होटल में आके, जब क्या करने के टाइम में डोसा लिए तो क्या है, उसको सब्जी लिया तो क्या है, उसके साथ में ड्रिंक्स लिया तो क्या है, वैसा मिक्सड
yes,
सप्लाई ये इसके लिए वैसा भी एक हम दोनों मिलके काम करेंगे सर.
yes. No, I have a lot of ideas for the simplification of GST. Okay, we are working on many more ideas. So we may provide that particular details to you, and we may join for that. We may associate for that. Not an issue. For the help
Yes.
of professionals, we are always here. Hence, we are providing this book on cost only. We are providing this book at costing
You
only.
share the link, sir. You
I have
share
shared,
the
and
link.
this book is latest amended book. Okay, all the amendments till 55th GST Council meeting, everything has been covered. And also, this is a guaranteed book. That means if if anyone is not satisfied with the book, then company will refund the amount.
Okay. Oh, great.
So thank you everyone
You give
for.
the link, so that if the link is provided in the chat box.
Yes, I have shared the link in the chat box. You may place the order, but this price is available for today only. And if
Okay.
anyone wants to GPay, then I am sharing the GPay number as well.
Okay.
But if you are paying through
if they make the
GPay,
payment through GPay by a
in that
QR
case,
code, how the other details can be submitted?
yes, if you are paying the amount through the GPay, in that case you need to pay the amount in GPay, and you need to share the screenshot. Complete address, that is complete postal address is required, and your mail ID is required,
On the
and you
same
need to
GPay
share the
number.
same on this number. Yes, you just need to share on this number. If you want to go for GPay, PhonePe, in that case this number is available, 7742790507. You can pay through GPay or PhonePe, or you just need to share your complete postal address. And if you are paying the order through the website, then it's very great for us. Okay, because company can easily collect the details from website. And I suggest everyone, if you want to master yourself in GST, then you should go with this particular book, because this is authored by me only. So I can provide you the assurance that we have made a very huge efforts for creating this book. Okay, last 6 months we are preparing the notes, we are preparing the charts and working on the content, that how we can simplify the particular section, the law, and how we can convert it into a book. That is what is the work we have done. So if anyone wants to buy, then please. This is last updated, this is latest updated 55th GST Council meeting. We have finalized this book by 10th of January itself. So now we are going for a break for 15 minutes, sir. We'll meet sharp at 12.
Now it is 12:20.
So we'll meet sharp at 12:35.
12:35. 15 minutes break we can take.
Yes, yes, yes. After break, we'll start directly our discussion on section number 51.
Okay.
So the participant can chat in the box about the course and what is the
Whatever they
feedback.
want, whatever they feel, they can definitely, they can freely chart in the box.
Yes, sir.
They can put the text in the box.
My voice is audible?
Yes, sir, audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So let's start our
Let us
discussion.
resume. Okay.
Yes, please resume. Recording started?
Yes, you can start, sir.
Okay, thank you. So let's start our discussion on the section number 51. We have covered till section number 50. Now we are going to start our discussion on the next section, section number 51 of CGST Act. And the memory technique for this section number 51 is the memory technique for section number 51. Sir, just look on the number 51. Number 51 is a number of shagun, we can say. Okay, whenever we want to give something to someone as a best wishes, then we are preferring to give him as 51, 151, 251, 551, 1051. So this 51 is look like a shagun. That is good wishes in front in form of amount. So when we are paying as 51, this is a amount which we are paying as a wishes, that is shagun. And you don't think so, whenever we are receiving something from government, this is not less than shagun, because from getting the amount from government is also a quite difficult task. Okay, for getting the amount from the government is also a quite difficult task. So section 51, 51 is a number of shagun, and whenever we are getting someone from something from the government, this is also not less than shagun, you can say. So this shagun, whenever we are receiving the amount from government, that is called as governmental authority, governmental agency, governmental entity. In that case, government is going to deduct the TDS if the contract value exceeds 2,50,000 rupees. So this section number 51 is related to TDS deduction in case of amount received from governmental agency, governmental authority, governmental entity. Section 51, 51 is the number of shagun, or whenever we are receiving something from the government, that is also not less than shagun. And whenever we are receiving from government, in that case TDS will be deducted. So this section number 51 is related to TDS deduction by the governmental entity, agency, authority, and if the contract value exceeds 2,50,000 rupees, in that case they are going to deduct the TDS. Okay, so this TDS TCS credit will also be available on our GST and common portal. First we need to file the TDS TCS credit return forms on GST and common portal. Then the cash will be credited to our electronic cash ledger. Sir, in case of government, government is paying the amount for our contract value, So contract value will be, suppose you have taken the construction contract, that is your taxable value only. Okay, on invoice value no GST will be charged. So whatever amount they are going to provide, on the basis of that they are going to deduct the value. Section 52, just try to link the word section 52. Just try to link section 52 TCS collection due. TCS collection due. Section 52 TCS collection due. Section 52 TCS collection due. This section is related to collection of TCS. Whenever the person is going to make the supply through the e-commerce operator, in such a scenario, that e-commerce operator is going to collect the TCS. So this section number 52 is related to TCS collection due. These two sections are very important for us. These sections are related to TDS and TCS. Just wait for a single second. So section number 52, 651 is the tax collected एंड टीसीएस इस ई कॉमर्स ऑपरेटर के केस में एप्लीकेबल होता है सेक्शन 52 टीसीएस कलेक्शन ड्यू. द मेमोरी टेक्निक इज सेक्शन 52 टीसीएस कलेक्शन ड्यू. सो दिस सेक्शन इज रिलेटेड टू टीसीएस. द रेट ऑफ TDS and TCS is 2%, 1% CGST, 1% SGST. Okay. Now, section number 53, one of the most important section. Okay. Before moving on this particular section, I just want to share with you one concept. But first, you just need to focus on the number 5353. Sir, very interesting. From section number 70 till section number 90, when we'll go through with these sections are completely based on number techniques, and definitely you will enjoy. Okay. My favorite sections. Now, let's start our discussion first on section number 53. Just look on the number 53. When we are filing our GSTR 3B return, okay, at that time, suppose there is a liability under IGST head, there is a liability under IGST head, or there is liability under CGST head, or liability under SGST head. Whenever we are doing the set off of these liability with the input tax credit which is available on the electronic credit ledger under IGST, CGST, SGST. From IGST credit, if you are paying any CGST related liabilities, in that case, we all know very well that the segregation of the input tax credit will be there. Okay, that IGST liability is the concept of center, or they are going to distribute this amount between the center and state. So how they are going to distribute? If any CGST related demand or liability is there, and if you are going to use the same, the IGST credit, in that case, central has used, just try to understand, central has used the IGST, center has used the IGST, then there may be, there should be segregation of input tax credit between the center and state. So this section number 53, this 5 is your IGST, this 3 is your CGST, and whenever you are paying the CGST liability with this IGST input tax credit, that is transfer of input tax credit from this IGST to CGST, that is what is my transfer of input tax credit, section number 53. So this section number 53 is related to transfer of input tax credit. Section number 53 is transfer of input tax credit. 5 is your IGST, 3 is your CGST. When you are transferring the IGST to CGST, that is what is my section number 53. Section 53, transfer of ITC. So section 51 is not less than shagun. So whenever we are receiving something from government, that is also not less than shagun. So amount paid by the government, TDS deduction. Section 52, TCS collection due. Section 53, 5 is my IGST, C is my SG, 3 is my CGST. So transfer of input tax credit. Next section, which is one of the favorite section. This section is favorite for me, for you, for everyone under GST. Okay, why? Anyone can have the idea of section number 54?
Refund.
Yes. So the memory technique is section 54, dil mange more. Section 54, dil mange more. Dil mange more, that means jitna aana hai aane do. Okay, we are required more and more. Whenever we are filing the refund application in front of the departmental authority, our purpose, suppose we are filing the refund application for 50 lakh rupees. Our purpose, yeah, I can claim the refund for 55, for 57, for 58. That is dil mange more. We require more and more refunds. So section 54, dil mange more. This section is related to refunds under GST. Whenever you are filing the refund application, we are filing the refund application under section 54, dil mange more. And in this particular section, government has prescribed that, sir, in case of inverted duty structure, that is the rate of GST on your outward supply is higher than the rate of GST applicable, that is lower than the rate of GST which is applicable on your inward supply. In that case, there may be chances of accumulation of the input tax credit in your electronic credit ledger. So you can go for refund. Also, if you are making the export without payment of tax under bond or LUT, in that case also you can file a refund application because there will be accumulated balance of input tax credit. Other scenarios are also there. Suppose you have made any wrong payment, you have to pay CGST or SGST, but you have paid IGST. In that case also you have take the refund. Suppose you have received an advances on account of services, but after that the services has been cancelled. So you want to take the refund of that GST paid on advances. This is also fall under this category. Or if there is a balance in your cash ledger and if you want to file a refund application, then also you can file the refund application through this electronic cash ledger. All these things are covered under this section number 54. Section 54, Dil Mange More, that is refunds under GST. Whenever we are filing the refund application, we should file through the GST and common portal with the required documentation. Okay. Now, section 55. Section 55, sir, double five. Sir, double five. That is something special. Section 55, double five, that is something special. So this section is related to specialized agencies. Specialized agency or multilateral financial organization. Refund in case of specialized agencies and multilateral financial organization. This is the motive of this particular section. This section talks about the eligibility of refund in case of specialized agency and multilateral financial organization. Sir, we have certain specialized agency prescribed by the government of India and also certain multilateral financial organization, United Financial Organization, they are making the supplies. So government is saying that when they are making the supply, we are not going to charge the outwards tax. But the point is that for making the supply, they have to bought something from the domestic market. So there may be chances of accumulation of the input tax credit. So government has provided the option to file the refund application. So this section number 55, double five, that is special refund in case of specialized agencies. Section 54, Dil Mange More. Section 55, something special, that is specialized agencies. Section 56. Section 56, just look on the number 5 and 6. Suppose your refund was due on 5th, but government is going to pay the refund on 6th. That is delay in refund. And whenever there will be a delay in refund, in that case, government will pay you the refund with interest. The refund was due on 5th, but government is going to pay you the refund on 6th. In such a scenario, government will pay the refund with interest, that is called as interest on count of delay in refund. These are very common sections we are using in our day-to-day life, 54, 55, 56. But in case of any litigation, did you know that when we are filing the refund application and departmental authority is going to check the refund application, and after that they are going to say that, sir, your refund has been approved and the amount has been credited to your bank account based on your documentation or based on your licensing. Okay. Did you know after that there is a senior authority who is investigation wing? They are going to check the refund processed during the period. And after that, if they found anything, in that case, they may issue the refund. They may issue the notice, or they may give you the instruction that you have claimed the refund wrongly. So give back that amount to the government with interest and with penalty. And for which we are also providing the undertaking while filing the refund application, that if we'll claim the wrong refund, in that case, we'll pay the same to the government with interest, with penalty. Hence, it is my request to all of you that when we are filing the refund application, we should check completely that all the documentation are perfect. The complete input tax credit for which we are filing the refund application is genuine. The ITC which is reflected in 2B only for which we are claiming the refund, and the taxpayer is eligible to do so. And also, for our client, we should think, suppose we have 50 to 60 or 100 or 500 clients. We just need to check the nature of our client, and based on the analysis of the nature of the client, we just need to conclude that based on this nature, yes, our client is eligible for refund, we should file, so that cash flow will be there, working capital will be there, because refund is a very big source of working capital for our client. Okay. Or if you have claimed the refund wrongly, in such a scenario, they have the timeline to issue the notices under section number 73 and 74. We'll discuss. Okay, when we'll cover the 73, 74, we'll discuss the timeline as well, 3 years and 5 years. But at that time, we'll provide you with more clarity. So section 54, dil mange more. Section 55, double five, something special. Section 56, refund was due on 5th, government is paying on 6th. In that case, interest will also be there. Section 57 will also try to share with you certain practical concepts during this particular workshop, okay, which will be useful for you in your day-to-day practices. Section number 57 and 58 is not so useful in practical perspective. This is the back end work, okay. This is a system driven, or you can say back end work. This is not so much relevant for us, okay. Section 57, consumers haven. When we are filing the refund application, there is one specific fund which has been created by the government, that is called as consumer welfare fund, okay. And the amount has been accumulated in that consumer welfare fund, and on account of that consumer welfare fund, government is also getting the interest revenue, and that fund has been used for the CSR activities and certain activities of the government. So this is completely in a back-end process, but we should have the idea of these sections as well. So the memory technique for this particular section number 57, just try to link this word 7, consumers haven. Section 57, consumers haven. This section is saying that government has a fund that is called as consumer welfare fund. And section 58, fund set, just try to link this word. Section 58, consumer welfare fund set. Section 58, consumer welfare fund set. This section is saying that the amount has been credited to this consumer welfare fund. Then after the amount has been again credited to the bank account of the taxpayer. Also the amount can be transferred to investor protection fund. So these type of complete procedure and mechanism is defined in this section number 58. But these two sections are not relevant from our practical perspective. But the memory technique, section 57, consumers haven. Section 58, consumer welfare fund set. So whenever there will be any matter related to refunds, we just need to focus on important sections, section 54, 55, 56, 57, 58. Okay. Now we are starting a very crucial segment, a very important and a very specific segment. Okay. I just want your 100% attention on our segment that is called as audit and assessment. Can you please tell me the difference between audit and assessment? What is the difference between audit and assessment? In our day-to-day practice, multiple times we are using these two words, audit and assessment. But we should know the difference between audit and assessment as well. Then after we'll start our discussion on sections. Okay. Section number 59 till section number 66 is related to your audit and assessment. Now onwards, we'll discuss the sections in bunch. Okay. And in bunch, we'll provide you the memory technique for each and every section. Okay. And these are sections which is completely based on litigations. If you are handling the litigations, if your client is receiving the notices, if you are drafting the replies, then these sections plays a very important role. And this is my suggestion to you. Whenever you will draft a particular reply, just try to incorporate the section, relevant section, relevant case studies, and relevant calculations should be part of your reply. Okay. Now, because many times we are providing the reply to the jurisdictional officer, then after jurisdictional officer is not considered the same, we are filing the appeal before the appellant authority. Appellant authority is not considered the same merely due to the less idea of the drafting techniques. Hence, I am giving more focus on that. Sir, audit and assessment. What is the difference between audit and assessment? Anyone have idea? You may comment in the chat box. So, sir, are you here? Chat box में once confirm me. Are you here? ऐसा तो नहीं break के बाद? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From 51 till 58, everything is fine for everyone. Now, audit and assessment. Sir, whenever I am filing my GSTR 3B, whenever I am filing my GSTR 3B return, whenever I am filing the TDS TCS return, whenever I am going to file the input service distributor wala return, at that time I am going to assess my liabilities. I am declaring the same in my GSTR 3B return that for this period, this is my outward supply, this is my input tax credit. Am I right? On my self-assessment basis. Okay. And in case of self-assessment, I am just going to assess the liabilities, assess the outward supply, assess the input tax credit, and I am free to put any outward supply in my GSTR 3B return. I can put a 10 crore, 100 crores. That is completely based on my self basis. So assessment is just a judgment. Assessment is just a judgment, but the audit, whenever we are performing the income tax audit, or whenever the departmental authority is going to perform the audit, whether departmental, whether business audit, special audit, they are going to check the returns which we had filed, the accuracy of data, the correctness of the data, the genuineness of the data. So the audit is to check the accuracy and verify the content of the returns filed by the taxpayer. That means when I am judging my liabilities while filing the GSTR 3B return, that means assessment can be done by himself. When I am filing my GSTR 3B return, I am assessing my liability. But audit will always be done by others. खुद की audit मैं खुद से नहीं कर सकता हूं. I am not eligible to do my audit himself. I need to take the help of someone others. Okay. And assessment is the first step. First, we need to go for the assessment of the liabilities. After that, the departmental authority or someone else will go for the audit. So assessment will always be a first step and audit will always be a second step. Okay, so these are the minor differences between audit and assessment. I have shared this information with you. The reason being, these play a very important role while drafting the replies. Okay, so assessment is a judgment. Self-assessment can be done, and this is the first step. Audit is to check the accuracy and correctness of the data done by others, and this is the second step. Now, we'll discuss certain parts of the assessment or audit. First, I am going to create one chart. One is, sir, when I am filing my GSTR 3B return, at that time I am determining that this is my liability, this is my output tax, this is my input tax credit. That is called as self-assessment. Now, suppose in a specific scenario, in a specific situation, I am not able to decide the rate and value of a particular supply. I am not able to decide the rate and value of a particular supply. In that case, I may file an application before the departmental authority that, sir, for this case, I am not able to decide the rate and value of supply. Can you please help me out? And in that case, if departmental authority is going to assess my liability, that type of assessment will be called as provisional assessment. With sections, will give you the memory techniques. Okay, just try to understand the concepts now. Then, sir, suppose I have registered under GST, but I am not filing a return of a continuous period. In that case, departmental authority may decide my liability based on the best data available with them. Suppose they have checked the cross-party documentation. Suppose they have checked my data from the income tax portal and they have said that, Mr. Sachin, during this period, you have made the sales of this particular amount, but you have not filed your return. So we are going to assess your liability. So in that case, that type of assessment will be called as assessment of non-return filers. Sir, departmental authorities are going to issue the notices on account of all these type of parameters. Just point is that we should have the idea of all these type of parameters so that we can easily prepare the reply, we can easily draft the reply, we can easily consider the things. Next, suppose I am making the supply, my turnover has crossed the specific limit, but I have not taken the GST registration. How government can verify my details? So from the external sources, if government is going to get the details of Mr. Sachin Jain and government is going to issue the notice, Mr. Sachin Jain, that, sir, during this period, you have made this specific amount of supply, but you have not filed your return or you have not taken the GST registration. So based on the data available with us, we are going to determine your liability, and that type of assessment will be called as assessment of unregistered person. Suppose I am registered under GST. I am declaring my sales on GST and common portal. But the point is that I have declared my sales 60 lakh rupees. But as per the data available with governmental authority, my sales should be 75 lakh rupees. And in that case, this is the presumption of the government that if will not go for the assessment of Sachin, in such a scenario, there may be chances of loss of revenue to the government. So for that purpose, we should go for the assessment, and that type of assessment will be called as summary assessment. When governmental authority is in view that if will not go for the assessment, in that case, there may be chances of loss of revenue to the government. So we should go for the assessment, and that type of assessment will be called as summary assessment. Next, sir, audit. As we all know, and we all are handling the notices issued by the departmental authority, governmental authority for business audit, departmental audit, GST ADT 01. So that is called as business audit, and this audit is a specific period of time. And other is due to nature of transaction, complexity of transactions. If governmental authority is not able to perform that audit activities, in that case, they may assign that work to a chartered accountant. That is called as special audit. That will be done by CAs, CMA. Or one of the very famous concept, that is scrutiny of returns. Now, sir, what is the difference between audit and scrutiny? In case of scrutiny, government has a limited scope. The para which is there in the scrutiny notice, government has asked the question only related to that para. But in case of audit, for a relevant financial year, government can ask anything related to that financial statements or that particular financial year. That is what is the basic difference. Okay, we'll discuss all these terms in detail. But first, the concept of audit and assessment, the types of assessment, the types of audit. Scrutiny is okay for everyone, so that we can start our discussion on the sections. First section, section number 59. Now we'll discuss the memory techniques. Okay, sir. Section 58 was Consumer Welfare Fund. Just try to link the word section 59. Section 59. Section 59. Assessment defined. Section 59, assessment defined. This section is related to self-assessment, and in this particular section they have mentioned that when the taxpayer is going to file the return which is mentioned under section number 39, that time the taxpayer will performing the activities related to self-assessment. Section 39, sir, we have already covered. Section 39, payment defined, that is GSTR 3B. So in this particular section, they have mentioned that when the regular person is going to file the GSTR 3B return, or a quarterly return preparer is filing the GSTR 3B return, or a composition dealer is filing the CMP 08, or a TDS deductor, TDS collector, or the input service distributor is going to file the return, at that time they are doing the self-assessment. Whenever we are filing the return, we just need to clear one concept in our mind that, sir, we are doing the assessment as well based on section number 59. Section 60, one of the very important section, but very less usable section in the current scenario. Section 60, sir, just try to link this word. Section 60, departmental victory. Section 60, departmental victory. Sir, this section is related to provisional assessment. As we all know that if the taxpayer is not able to decide the rate and value of a particular supply, in that case, the taxpayer can file application before the departmental authority that, sir, I am not able to decide the rate and value of this particular supply. Can you please decide? In that case, departmental authority will say, yes, will decide, and departmental authority will say, will think that the taxpayer is not able to decide the value, hence they are approaching us. So this is a victory for us. So section 60, departmental victory, that is provisional assessment. And in this particular section, they have mentioned that if the taxpayer is not able to decide the rate and value of a particular supply, taxpayer can file application before the departmental authority. Departmental authority will pass the provisional assessment first. Based on that provisional assessment order, taxpayer has to deposit the amount. And for passing the provisional assessment, if departmental authority will ask a certain documentation, in that case, taxpayer has to submit that particular type of documentation to the authorities. And after the provisional assessment, within a specified amount of time, because provisional assessment departmental authority is going to provide in a very short span of time. Okay, so after that provisional assessment, they may go for the final assessment. And while doing the final assessment, if they require any specific documentation, taxpayer has to provide. And based on that final assessment order, suppose on account of provisional assessment order, the taxpayer has paid the tax of 1 lakh rupees. At the time of final assessment, they found that the liability should be 1,20,000 rupees. Then taxpayer has to deposit that remaining 20,000 rupees. And suppose at the time of provisional assessment, the liability was 1 lakh rupees. And at the time of final assessment, the liability is 80,000, then 20,000 will be refunded. That is what is the concept of section number 60. Section 60, departmental victory. Section 61. Section 61. Just try to link the word S for 60, S for scrutiny. Section 61, S for 60, S for scrutiny. This section is related to scrutiny of returns. The notice of the scrutiny will be issued in form GST ASMT 10. The taxpayer has to provide the response in GST ASMT 11, and the departmental authority will issue the order under section number under form GST ASMT 12. Drop the proceedings if satisfied with the submission of the taxpayer. If not satisfied, then they may initiate the proceedings under section 73, 74. We'll discuss that section as well. Okay. Now, section 61, S for 60, S for scrutiny. At the end of the session, just anyone keep the same in your mind. If time permits, then we'll discuss the reason of the selection of case in the scrutiny. Okay, we'll discuss at the end if possible. So please, anyone can write it so that at the end of the session, they may provide the comment in the chat box. So I will discuss. Okay. So section 61, S for 60, S for scrutiny. This section is related to scrutiny of returns. The scope is very limited because only the relevant para which is there, the tax authority can ask for that para only. Section 62. Section 62, just try to link this word. Section 62, return not filed by you. Return not filed by you. Section 62, return not filed by you. This section is related to assessment of non-return filers. If the taxpayer has not filed the return on the GST and common portal, based on the data available with the government can assess the liability and pass the order and provide the same to the taxpayer. That will give you a timeline of 30 days. If you have anything related to this, you can submit. Otherwise, this will be a final assessment order and will initiate the recovery proceedings. So section 62, return not filed by you, that is assessment of unregistered, assessment of non-return filers. Section 63, just try to link this word 63. Section 63, not registry. Section 63, not registry, that means assessment of unregistered person, the taxpayer who has not taken the GST registration. In that case, the departmental authority may go for the assessment as a unregistered person. Section 63, not registry, assessment of the unregistered person. Section 64, just try to link this word 64. Liability is more. Section 64, liability is more. That means the taxpayer has paid the taxes on 65 lakh rupees, but as per the data available with the governmental authority, the liability should be for 70 lakh rupees. In such a scenario, the officer is in view that if will not go for the assessment, in such a scenario, there may be a loss of revenue to the government. Hence, we should go for the assessment, and that type of assessment will be called as summary assessment. And the memory technique is section 64, liability is more. That means taxpayer has declared the tax on a less liability, but actually the liability is more. Hence, summary assessment is there. Section 64, liability is more. Section 65. Section 65, audit defined. Section 65, audit defined. Section 65, audit defined. This section is related to business. This section is related to business audit or departmental audit. Section 65, audit defined. So this section is related to business audit or departmental audit. In case of business audit, departmental audit, the commissioner is going to authorize a person to conduct the business or departmental audit. They will issue the notice in form ADT 01. But we should know our rights as well, that before starting the audit, they should provide a minimum 15 days notice to us. After that, they may go for the audit. They may perform the audit from their office, or they may visit the physical premises for a relevant financial year or for couple of financial year. If they are selecting the case for the audit, in that case, they may ask anything related to that financial year, any documentation, any other thing they may ask. Okay. And after submission of the things, they should provide the opportunity of being heard. Okay. And then after, they may initiate the proceedings under section 73, 74. One suggestion from my side, during this business audit, departmental audit process, we need to submit multiple documentation multiple times. So each and every time when you are submitting the documents to the departmental authority, just get the acknowledgement. Because the point is that at the initial phase of this process, the relationship is very good. Okay. After that, suppose you are not ready with something as the departmental authority is saying, in that case, there may be chances, okay, that the order will be not in favor of you, and you need to file any appeal before the appellant authority or appeal tribunal. In such a scenario, your base reply plays a very important role. Sir, I am always saying that if you are merely handling the compliances or filing the return, in that case, we are not performing the work in a professional way. We should focus on the litigation. We should focus on the GST implementation. We should focus on the GST advisory and consultation. Okay. That is what is the work of the professionals. Okay. We'll try to launch certain new things in near future so that you all will be in a situation to provide the consultancy in a very expert view. Okay. Although through this particular workshop, I think all the sections will be clear in your mind. Section 66. Sir, 66, that is something special, that is called as special audit. Section 66, something special, that is special audit by the chartered accountant or by the cost management accountant. If the officer not below the rank of assistant commissioner is in view that due to the nature of transaction, due to complexity of transactions, we are not able to perform the audit, in that case, they may assign that work to the chartered accountant or cost management accountant. CA or CMA will prepare their report, the complete findings within 90 days. The period can be extended for further 90 days. Okay. The remuneration will be decided by commissioner and paid by the commissioner. After all finalization of working of the chartered accountant, one opportunity of being heard should be provided to the taxpayer, and then after the audit order will be passed and the proceeding will be initiated under 73, 74. So we should keep one thing in our mind, that each and everything, before passing any order, we have a right to get the opportunity of being heard. This is the most important thing. So related to audit and assessment, section number 59, assessment defined. Section number 60, departmental victory. Section number 61, S4, 60, S4 scrutiny. Section number 62, return not filed by you. Section number 63, not registry. Section number 64, liability is more. Section number 65, audit defined. Section number 66, special audit. Everything is okay for everyone. Just confirm me once in the chat box. Are you enjoying? You may keep one cup of tea or coffee with you, and you can take the sip and take the classes as well. Okay. So the learning will be there with you. Now, next segment is related to inspection and summons. Okay, thank you for your comments in the chat box. I really appreciate your efforts, because if you are commenting in the chat box, it's a very important task. Now, section number 67. Whenever you look on this number, section number 67, just try to do one thing. 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. And there is a perception in the market that number 13 is also bad. 3 is bad, number 13 is also bad. So section 67, 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. 13 is something bad, and inspection is also bad, because no one wants the inspection on their premises by the tax authorities. Okay, so this section number 67 is related to inspection under GST. This section number 67 is related to inspection under GST. Section number 67 is inspection under GST. Section number 67, 6 plus 7 is equal to 13, and this is related to the inspection under GST. With the prior permission of the Joint Commissioner or Additional Commissioner, the inspection can be conducted by the officer of the premises of the taxpayer. They may take the samples, they may seize the goods, they may take the documentation from the premises of taxpayer, but that should return to the taxpayer within a specified amount of time. Okay, that is what is the mode of inspection, something like that. So whenever the departmental authority will come for the inspection for your client, God says कभी नहीं आए वो आपके premises पे, आपके taxpayer के premises पे, but we should ready for that. So we just need to first refer that 6 plus 7 is equal to 13 is something bad. So inspection is also bad. So this section is related to inspection under GST. My audio is perfect. Okay, sir. Thank you. So I suppose there is certain issue at the end of participants. So please check. Next, section number 68. Section number 67, 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. 13 is also bad, and inspection is also bad. So this section is related to inspection. Section 68. Just try to link this word. Section 68, wait. Section 68, wait. Where? During the moments. Section 68, wait during the moments. Why? Why? During for inspection. So this section is related to inspection during the transportation. Section 68, wait. Why wait? Because inspection is going on during the transportation. Section 68, wait. Why? Because inspection is going on during the transportation. So departmental authority can ask for the documentation during the transportation. They may ask for the e-way bill, they may ask for the e-invoice, the invoice copy, and everything is required through this particular section number 68. Okay, suppose there is any minor mistake on the e-way bill, like invoice number is mistake, or there is certain mistake in the quantity or in the sum. In that case, departmental authority can impose the penalty. Yes. Any remedies available? Yes. We'll discuss at the time of our discussion on section number 126, 127, and 128. Okay. So just wait. So section 68, wait during the moments, because transportation के दौरान inspection is going on. So this section is related to inspection during the transportation. Next section, very interesting. सेक्शन नंबर 69, एक नंबर है आपके सामने 6 और 9. ओके, सपोज डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी is coming to premises of Mr. X. Okay, suppose departmental authority is coming to the premises of Mr. X and saying that Mr. X, during financial year 2023-24, we have records that you are involved in certain fake invoicing amounting to 50 lakh rupees. Taxpayer will say, Mr. X will say, no sir, no, nothing like that. I have not made any fake invoicing. My invoicing is always perfect. I am always in a perfect things, and everything is that. So departmental authority will say, okay, we'll call to police authorities. Police authority will come, arrest you, and then after they will ask. So police authority comes to the premises, and after arrest they will ask that during this financial year 2023-24, you have made a fake invoicing of 50 lakh taxpayer. No, sir, I have made 65 lakhs due to the fear of the police authorities. So in that case, there will be a direct change in the statement given by the taxpayer, direct opposite statement. Pehle wo bol raha tha, no fake invoicing. But whenever there will be a involvement of police, we will say, yes, I have involved in that, and whatever will you penalize, just penalize. So first, the statement was 6. Now, जैसे ही police authority आई, the statement is completely opposite. This section is related to power to arrest. This section is related to power to arrest. This section provides the power to the departmental authority that yes, you can arrest the taxpayer if he is going to provide any false information, is involved in any fraudulent activities. Yes, section 61 सबके लिए okay है क्या? Power to arrest. Section number 70, sir. Section number 70. S for 70. S for summon. S for 70, S for summon. So this section is going to provide the power to the authority to issue the summon. And in case of summon, all the powers which is there in CPC, the same power will be here with the tax officer. And in case of summon, yes, we'll discuss at the time of our discussion on section number 134. Okay, 2 is missing. We'll cover the cognizable and non-cognizable offense as well. So now we'll try to cover all those sections. Okay, and as I have already conveyed to you, if any other queries, because we are short of time, so if you have any other query, just try to write it on your word page or on your page. You can combine all those queries and you can send everyone can send the queries to my email or to the email of our chairman, sir. Okay, so that we'll get all those queries, and if possible we'll plan a session on Friday or Thursday for your queries only. Okay, that will be the session only for queries only. Okay, we'll combine all those queries in a one sheet and we'll plan one session, or we'll provide you the recorded video so everyone can get the idea of each and every query. Okay, so you can go for that as well. I think that will be the best option, because today we have 5 hours and we need to cover all the sections. Okay, so section number 70, S for 70, S for summon. So this section is related to summon under GST. The officer can issue the summon, and in case of summon, the officer can ask for the physical presence of the taxpayer, can take the statement given by the taxpayer on records, can ask for any question, can ask for any documentation. That is what is the power of summon, section number 70. Section 69, police authorities. Yes. Now onwards, whenever you will look number 69, it will be automatically clearly in your brain that this is related to arrest and police authorities. Section 71, come. Section 71, just try to link this word 71. Come. Section 71, come. Section 71, come and inspect the premises. Section 71, come and inspect the premises. This section is related to the power in hand of the tax officer. They can ask for the physical inspection of the premises. Section 71 is saying that the departmental authority can go for the physical visit of the premises, and during the physical visit they can ask any questions, they can ask any documentation, they may go for the valuation, and everything they can do. So this section number 71, come, that is inspection of the physical premises, visit physical premises. So whenever departmental authority will come for the physical visit of the premises, they will have the notice under section number 71. So through the idea of this section, you can easily check the notice which has been provided. You need not to read the complete content. Okay. Section number 72. Just try to link the word 72. Section number 72. Just try to link the word 72. to collection of the taxes. Section 72 to collection of the taxes. Sorry. Section 72. The memory technique is just try to link this word section 72 to help. Section 72 take the help to. Section 72 take the help to. This section is going to provide the power in hand of the tax officer under GST to take the help of other officers too. Other officers means during the process of any inspection, any investigation, any proceedings, they may take the help of. They may take the help of any custom authority, any police authority, any railway authority. That is what is the power which is available in the hand of the officers which is there in GST. So section 72 take the help of other officers too. Section 72 take the help of other officers too. So this section is related to help of other officers. Now, most important sections of this CGST Act. Sir, 71 come and inspect the premises. 72 take the help of other officers too. Now, most important section, section number 73. When we have started our discussion on section number 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, audit and assessment, at that time we have covered a specific fact that the proceedings will be initiated under section number 73 or 74. What do you mean by this 73 or 74? So just try to link this word section number 73. Section number 73, fraud free. Section number 73, fraud free. Whenever the taxpayer has less paid the output tax, excess claim the input tax credit, or excess claim the refund. Whenever the taxpayer has less paid the output tax, excess claim the input tax credit, or excess claimed of refund. In such a scenario, the proceedings will be initiated under section number 73 if that excess claim or less payment is not due to any fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of facts. Okay, hence section 73 fraud free. That means when no fraud will be there, in that case the proceedings will be initiated under section number 73. They will first issue the intimation, then after they will issue the notice, and then after they will issue the final order. Okay, and in case of 73, if the taxpayer will make the payment on account of intimation, then no penalty will be applicable. But if the taxpayer is going to make the payment after issuance of notice within 30 days, in that case also no penalty is there. But if the taxpayer is going to make the payment after 30 days from the issue of notice, in that case penalty will be there, 10% of tax or 10,000 rupees, whichever is higher. That is what is the penalty which is there under section number 73. Or in this particular section, the officer has power to issue the order within the period of, suppose they want to issue the order for financial year 2022-23. Okay, in that case, the due date to file the annual return for financial year 2022-23 will be 31st December 2023. From that date till next 3 years. That means 31st December 2026, they can issue the order, and they have to issue the notice 3 months prior to the order date. That means they can issue the notice till 30th September 2026. That is what is the description of this section number 73, fraud free. When no fraud, no willful misstatement, no suppression of fact, in that case this section will be applicable. Section number 74. Just try to link this word section number 74 with liability is more. Section number 74, liability is more. This section is saying if the taxpayer has excess claim the input tax credit, less paid the taxes, excess claim the refund due to fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact, in that case will impose a higher amount of penalty. So this section will be applicable in case of fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact. In that case also, the tax officer will first issue the intimation. Section 70, 4, they will first issue the intimation, then after they will issue the notice, and then after they will issue the order. On account of intimation, if taxpayer is going to make the payment, in that case the penalty will be 15% of tax. Within 30 days from the notice, if the taxpayer is going to make the payment, in such a scenario 25% of the tax. After notice, if the taxpayer is going to make the payment, in that case 50% of tax will be the penalty. And in case of fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact, as we all know, to detect the fraud, there is requirement of certain extended period of time. So for that purpose, they have given 5 years from the relevant date of annual return. So for financial year 2022-23, the due date file the GSTR 9 return is 31st December 2023. From their date, 5 years, that is 31st December 2028 will be the last date to pass the order, and 6 months prior tak they can issue the notice, that is 30th June 2028 tak they can issue the notice under section number 73. So whenever there will be a fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact, section 74 is there. Whenever no fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact, in such a scenario, the section number 73 will be applicable. Okay, so section 73 fraud free, section 74 liabilities more. Both these sections are okay for everyone. Now, because we also need to know the timeline when the departmental authority can issue the notice. And sir, as a taxpayer or as a tax professional, as a GST office, GST practitioner, always whenever we are presenting in front of departmental authority, we all are in view that we have no rights or like that, but we should know our rights so that we can present in front of departmental authority with 100% confidence. Okay, now next section, section number 75, and then we are going to start one segment. Section 75, section 75, journal provision defined. Section 75, journal provision defined. In this particular section, they have specified that before passing a particular order, tax officer has to provide the opportunity of being heard. 3-time adjournment should be provided. Maximum 3-time adjournment is there. Any court stay is there. In such a scenario, for calculation the timeline of section 73, 74, from that calculation, the stay period will be excluded. That is, stay period will be excluded for the calculation. That is what is the thing which is mentioned in this section number 75. Section number 75, journal penalty defined. Suppose in a particular scenario or a particular case, you have not received the opportunity of being heard and departmental authority has passed the order. Whenever you will prepare the appeal in front of the appellant authority, you should take the reference of this section, and this section plays a very crucial role for you. And this is also my suggestion to you. Whenever you will draft a particular reply, don't copy paste the complete section. Paste the relevant extract only and provide the simplified explanation. So, because your reply will be your presentation in front of the departmental authority, और एक बार उसको पता चल गया, yes, this person, this taxpayer, this tax professional have the complete idea of provision of law, in that case your case will be determined in the next level. Okay, because for us, our representation is the most important and most crucial things. Okay, now we are going to start our discussion on certain very important sections from litigation perspective. So I request everyone be online, join this session live, so that we all can interact and we all can learn in a different way. Otherwise, recordings are available on YouTube. You can check anytime, anywhere. But जो enjoy live में है, वो recordings में, I think so not be there. Okay. Now we'll start our discussion on section number 76. Now we'll start our discussion based on number techniques. Okay. Now I think you all will enjoy as well. Just look on the number 7676. Through this particular number, one concept is there in my mind. Suppose in this particular situation, the taxpayer has collected 7 rupees tax from the customer, but paid to the government only 6. The taxpayer has collected 7 rupees tax from the customer, but paid only 6. That is tax collected but not paid to the government. So whenever the taxpayer is going to collect the tax and not paying the same to the government, in such a scenario, the same is mentioned in section number 76. In section number 76, they just mention the scenario. Okay, recovery will be initiated under other sections. We'll discuss later on. Section number 77. Again, look on the number 7 and 7. Taxpayer has collected 7 rupees tax from customer and paid that 7 rupees tax to the government. Sir, when the person has collected 7 and paid the 7, then what is the issue? Wrongly collected and wrongly paid to the government. That is tax wrongly collected and tax wrongly paid. Can you please explain the same with example? Yes, definitely. Tax collected wrongly, tax paid wrongly. Suppose a particular supply is an intra-state supply, which is an intra-state supply. That means CGST and SGST should be charged. But taxpayer has wrongly collected IGST by treating it as inter-state supply and paid that IGST to the government. In such a scenario, the taxpayer has collected wrong tax and paid the same to the government under IGST head. So in such a scenario, whenever the taxpayer will make the payment of CGST and SGST, no interest will be liable. And taxpayer can take the refund of IGST which has been wrongly paid by the taxpayer. That is what is the implication of this section number 77. 7 tax wrongly collected, 7 tax wrongly paid. Next section. Now, sir, one important thing from section number 76 till section number 84. I request these sections should be learned in a segment. So we should go with segment only. Section 76, 7 collected, paid to government 6. Section 77, 7 collected, 7 paid to government but wrongly. Section 78. Just look on the number 78. Sir, you have collected tax 7, paid to government only 6. Okay. In that case, whenever government is going to initiate the recovery from you, in such a scenario, this is for sure government will not going to collect only tax. Government will collect the interest and penalty also. So you have collected 7, but when government will collect, they will take you from interest and penalty as well. So there will be enhancement. So 8. So this section number 78 is related to recovery of tax. So whenever government is going to initiate the recoveries, the recovery will be with interest and penalty. So you have collected only 7, but government will take you 8. That is recovery of tax. Section number 79. Just look on the number 7979. Suppose you have tax collected wrongly and not paid to the government, and government has initiated the recovery proceeding, but you are not paying the amount. In such a scenario, government can realize the amount through your immobile property, through your creditors. If suppose there is a creditors in your books of accounts, government will directly connect with your creditor and say that don't pay this amount to this particular person, pay this amount directly to us. So government can recover from your creditors as well. Government can recover from your immobile property as well. And when they will recover from your creditors and immobile property, the amount will be on a higher side. So section number 79 is related to recovery proceeding initiate. Whenever the recovery proceeding will be initiated, in that case, the tax recovery will be on a higher side from the immobile property from the creditors. So section 79, recovery proceeding initiate. Section 78 is recovery of tax. Section 80. Yes, debtors. Sorry. Section number 80. Section number 80. 8080. Sir, suppose the taxpayer has collected the wrong tax and departmental authority has initiated the recovery proceeding, recovery of tax is there, but taxpayer is saying that, sir, I have no any amount, how I can pay? So the demand is for 8, but taxpayer is saying that I am not able to pay a single rupee. I have zero money now. So government is saying when the demand is for 8 and you are not able to pay, in that case will provide you the option to pay through the installments. So this section number 80 is related to payment of demand through the installment, and maximum installment will be for 24 months. So section 88 is the tax liability, but the taxpayer is pay only 0. In such a scenario, government may provide the option to pay in installments. So this section is related to payment of demand through installments. Maximum installments may be for 24 months. Section 81. Section 81. Sir, Section 76, tax collected 7 but paid to government only 6. Section 77, wrongly collected, wrongly paid. Section 78, recovery. Section 79, recovery of proceedings from debtors and immobile property. Section 80, amount is 8 but the taxpayer is not able to pay, that means able to pay only 0. In that case, maybe installment में that person can pay. When the person is going to pay the amount in installment, then there may be chances that in future the taxpayer will not make the payment of demand. So for that purpose, government has introduced the certain conditions. Total 3 conditions are there, and all these 3 conditions, 3 sections are there. Section number 81, condition number 1, and in that condition they have clearly mentioned that during that particular demand period, the transfer of property will be treated as void. Transfer of property void. Transfer of property will be treated as void. Why? Because suppose if there is a demand and government is saying that you can pay in next 24 months, and if government is not going to impose this type of condition, there may be chances in future the taxpayer can sell that property and then after say that I am insolvent, how you can recover? So for that perspective, government is saying that whenever there will be a demand, the first condition is that transfer of property will be void. If you will transfer any property, then your transfer will be treated as void. But there is one exception, that if the person is going to transfer the property for a proper consideration and the buyer is buying that property without intention, without knowing the fact that the demand has been created against this particular person, that has to prove, in that case the property will be transferred as void. Otherwise, the first condition, property transfer, will be void. Second condition, why void? Because property is the first charge on your tax demand. So this section is saying that your property is first charge. The property is first charge on your liability. And section number 83 imposing the third condition, that during this particular period, if tax officer is in view, there may be chances the taxpayer can destroy that particular property or sell that particular property. In that case, the tax officer can go for the provisional attachment. Tax officer can go for the provisional attachment of the property. So this section is related to provisional attachment. Section number 84. If no property is there, in that case debtors se recover karenge. If no debtors is there, in that case that person, the liability will be created and the bank account will be attached. Okay, bank account will be attached in that particular scenario. And if no balance in bank account, in that case whenever there will be a credit balance, they will recover. That is what is the mechanism which is available. Section number 84. Sir, suppose the liability is for 8. Suppose the liability is for 8. Taxpayer has paid 4. Then the recovery proceeding will be continue for the balance amount. So this section is saying continuation of recovery proceedings. If there will be any partial due is there, in that case recovery proceeding will be continue for the amount. Okay, whenever the order has been passed by the jurisdictional officer, in such a scenario within 3 months we have to file the appeal. If we will not file the appeal, then government may initiate the recovery. Okay, So section number 84, if we'll pay the partial amount, in that case, recovery will be initiated for the remaining partial amount. So recovery will be continued. So section number 76, 7 was your tax liability, but you have paid to government only 6. 7 collected, 6 paid. 77, 7 collected, 7 paid, but wrongly. 78, whenever government will recover the tax, they will recover a higher amount. So section 78 is recovery of tax. Section 79, recovery proceeding initiates. Section 80, 8 is the tax liability. Taxpayer is saying I have zero amount, then pay in installment. Section 81, first condition, transfer will be void. Why void? Second, because first charge is on property. 83, third condition, that is provisional attachment. And section 84, recovery proceeding will be continued for the remaining amount. Sir, all these sections are okay for everyone? Are you enjoying the session? You may comment your feedbacks, you may comment your views, whatever you want, you can put it in the chat box. Section number 85 till section number 94 is also a segment. Okay. Now onwards, we just need to learn the sections through certain segments. Okay. Section number 85 till section number 94. Section number 85 till section number 94 is related to, sir, break is not possible now. We'll try to conclude the session by 3 or 3:10. Okay. So lunch break is not possible. I will also take my lunch around 3:30 or 3:30 because I have also one more session at 4 p.m. Okay. So I need to be ready for that as well. So today, please bear with me. I think the session is not boring. Are you enjoying now? Section number 85 till section number 94 is a block or segment of section. Okay. So section number 85 till section number 94 is related to liability in different cases. Liability in different cases. Actually, today I have back-to-back sessions. Okay, sessions 4 to 7 I have session, again 8:30 to 9:30 I have session. So section number 85 till 94, this section is related to liability in different cases. Okay, so first we'll start our discussion on section number 85. Just try to link this word 85, liability defined. Section 85, liability defined. Section 85, liability defined. Section 85, liability defined. This section is related to liability in case of transfer of business. This section is related to liability in case of transfer of business. So this section is related to transfer of business. Section 85, liability defined. This section is related to liability in case of transfer of business. Suppose a particular business which has been run by Mr. X, and if X is going to transfer the same to Mr. Y, in that case, who will be liable for any notice? So till the date of transfer, the transferor and transferee both will be liable. After the date of transfer, the new person who is going to handle or who is going to run the business, that person will be liable. So this section number 85, liability defined in case of transfer of business. Section 85, liability defined in case of transfer of business. Section 85, liability defined in case of transfer of business. So whenever there will be a situation, specific situation in case of transfer of business, in case of amalgamation, in case of liquidation, in case of incorporation of private limited company, in case of partnership, in case of individual, and departmental authority is going to raise the demand, then we just need to focus on these sections from section number 85 till section number 94 for preparing the reply, for drafting the reply, so that we can prepare the effective and a perfect reply. Section number 86. So just look on the number 8 and 6, 86. Just look on the number 8 and 6, 86. 8 is on a higher side, 6 is on a lower side. So you can say 8 is principal. 8 is principal and 6 is agent. 8 is principal and 6 is agent. In such a scenario, the point is that 8 is principal and 6 is agent. So in that case, the question is that if there will be any demand on account of the agent and principal, in such a scenario, who will be liable? In case of agent and principal, who will be liable? So for that particular segment, this is the specific section, section number 86, which talks that prima facie the principal will be liable, but principal and agent both will be jointly or severally liable. Principal and agent both will be jointly or severally liable. Just wait for a single second. Principal and agent both will be jointly or severally liable in that particular scenario. So these are the specific circumstances, and in the circumstances, how we are going to determine the liability, that is what is based on these sections. Section number 87, sir. Just look on the number 8787. Okay, that means jointly or severally. That means या तो दोनों ही liable है या फिर single individual liable हो जाएगा. So whatever will be the scenario, the liability will be defined accordingly. Government is saying from which sources we are able to get the revenue, we'll get the revenue. That is what is the point in case of demand. Section number 87. In this specific scenario, section number 87, 8 is the number of companies. Now the number of companies reduced to 7. Earlier the number of industries or entities was 8. Now number of companies is reduced to 7. Why? The reason being, why there is a reduction in number? Due to amalgamation. Due to amalgamation or merger. So this section, yes, exactly, this section is saying liability in case of amalgamation or merger. Section 87. Earlier the number of entities was 8. Now the number of entities is 7. Why there is reduction in number of entities? Due to amalgamation or merger. So this section is talking from the perspective of liability in case of amalgamation or merger. If there will be amalgamation and the tax authorities is going to issue the notice, in such a scenario the liability will be determined. The liability will be determined according to amalgamation and merger. Okay, so now in case of amalgamation and merger, before that amalgamation or merger, the existing entity will be liable, and after amalgamation the new entity will be liable. That is what is the thing which is mentioned in this specific section. Sir, please don't post your mail IDs in the chat box, okay? Post session, our team will share with you the PDF file, okay? Not an issue. As you have already registered, if you are registered, then there is no requirement to say share any mail ID on the chat box. Section number 88, just look on the number 88. 8 minus 8. 8 minus 8 will be 0. Earlier the entities was 8. Now, sir, don't share your mail IDs in the chat box, please. At the end of session we'll take, okay? Abhi aap keval focus karo, you just need to focus on the learning. Section 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0. 8 minus 8 is equal to 0 when the number of entities will be 0 in case of liquidation. When the number of entities will be 0 in case of liquidation only. So this section is related to liability in case of liquidation. Liability in case of liquidation. This section is related to liability in case of liquidation. So who will be liable in case of liquidation? So in case of liquidation, the person who is the partner, who is the director at that moment, that partner, that director or that manager will be treated as the liable person, and according the liability will be created in favor of that particular person. So section 88. 8 minus 8 is equal to 0. That is liquidation of companies. In case of liquidation, who will be liable? We have already covered. Section 85, liability defined. Section 86, 8 is my principal, 6 is my agent. So liability in case of principal and agent. Section 87, earlier the number of entities was 8. Now the number is 7. So there is a reduction in number of entities due to amalgamation or merger. Section number 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0 due to liquidation. Section 89, sir. Section 89, 8, 9. That means increase in the number of entities. Earlier the entities was 8. Now the entities is 9. That means there is an increase in number of companies. That is incorporation of private limited company. Incorporation of private limited company. Section number 89, earlier the entities was 8, now the entities is 9. That means there is an increase in the number of entity due to incorporation of private limited company. So this section is related to liability in case of private limited company. Liability in case of private limited company. And this section is saying in case of private limited company, the authorized person will be liable prima facie, and the director who was director at that particular time for which the demand has been raised by the departmental authority, that director will be jointly or severally liable in case of private limited company. Sir, in this scenario, when the departmental authority is going to issue the notice, we should also need to know that who is the liable person, so that we can check that the liability has been created in favor of a correct or right person or not. That is what is the thing we should focus. Section number 90. Section number 90. Sir, look on the number 90. 9 are the partners in a particular firm. 9 are the partners in a particular firm. 9 are the partners in a particular firm. So section number 90 is related to liability in case of partnership firm, and in case of partnership firm, all the partners who will be partner at that particular time will be jointly or severally liable. Who will be partner at the time of that particular demand, that partner will be jointly or severally liable. Now, suppose one specific point. From that 9 partners, one partner has retired. One partner has retired on 30th April. Then, information related to the retirement of the partner we should provide on the GSTN common portal. We should provide on the GSTN common portal within 30 days. Okay. If we'll provide the information to the GSTN common portal within 30 days, in such a scenario, the date of retirement will be treated that from this date that partner is not liable. But suppose if the partnership firm is going to intimate to the GSTN common portal or GST authority as on 30th September 2024. In such a scenario, as on the date of information, that is 30th September 2024, the partner will be liable till that date. इसीलिए बोलते हैं whenever there will be a specific change on GSTN common portal or particulars of the taxpayer, we should intimate it immediately to the GSTN common portal through the GSTN common portal. Yes, LLP is also included. So partnership firm is included, and number 99 is the number of partners in a particular firm, and in case of partnership firm, all the partners who were partner at that particular time for which the demand has been raised, they are jointly or severally liable. And a specific point we need to consider from the retirement perspective, and we also keep this point in our mind. Whenever there will be retirement of partner, we should update it in GSTN common portal within 30 days. Is that okay, sir? So we have covered liability in case of transfer of business, liability in case of amalgamation, liability in case of principal and agent, liability in case of partnership firm, liability in case of liquidation, liability in case of private limited company. What about Sachin Jain? That means, what about in case of individual? We need to decide the liability in case of individual as well. Sir, we have not covered the same. So for which we have certain sections. In case of individual, we may have two scenarios. First scenario, through section number 91. First scenario, through section number 91. And as per this section number 91, in case of individual, the first liability is on guardian. Agar wo individual minor hai, if the individual is minor, in that case, the first liability is on guardian. Or this section number 91 is saying, if any demand against an individual and the individual is minor, in such a scenario, the guardian will be liable. Or the individual is incapable, okay, there is certain issues with the mental, in that case, the guardian will be liable as per section number 91. Suppose guardian is not there. In such a scenario, the courts of wards will be liable. Court is going to appoint someone and that person will be liable in case of incapable person. So section number 92 is going to provide you the second option. In case of individual, courts of wards will be liable. Section 91, 93, 91 is related to individual, guardian will be liable. 92, in case of courts of wards will be liable, and these sections are related to individual. Sir, कंपनीज की बात हो गई, अमालगमेशन की बात हो गई, लिक्विडेशन की बात हो गई, we have covered the point related to individual. Now suppose in case of death, what will happen? If there is a death of individual or death of a proprietor, in that case, who will be liable? From whom we are going to collect the taxes? Because government is saying that, sir, after your death, will recover the amount from your legal heir or legal representative who is there on GST and common portal. So section 93 is saying liability in case of death. And this section is saying that legal heir is liable to pay the liability or pay the demand which has been raised by the departmental authority during that relevant period. So section 93 is saying in case of death. Section 94. Sir, Gopal sir, I am just taking your point. Section number 94 is related to other miscellaneous situation, and these will cover HUF, AOP, BOI, all these things are covered. And in that particular segment, they have mentioned that the Karta or all the members of that HUF or the AOP will be jointly or severally liable, and the same is covered under section number 94, that is other miscellaneous segment. So you can create one specific tree for that as well. In case of transfer of business, in case of company, in case of partnership firm, in case of individual, all covered. Then after, what about the death? And after that, what about the other miscellaneous issues, that is HUF and AOP? This is my section number 85 till section number 94. Sir, section number 1 till section number 94, everything is fine for everyone? Now, next segment, sir, we have covered the point related to basics of GST, the term supply, the value of supply, the time of supply we have covered, what will be the role of input tax credit, what is the thing which is there. So everything from the basics of GST we have covered, and the sections which is there with respect to different provisions in case of transfer of business, in case of demand, in case of liability, what will happen, what will be the thing, what we need to do, that is what is the thing we have covered. Now, the important point is that suppose there is certain issues and I am not able to decide the rate value of the supply. In that case, may I ask the questions from anyone who is there in GST? So yes, government has specified one specific authority, and that authority is here to provide the solution of your all questions. That authority is here to provide the solution of your all questions. Yes, Santosh ji, and that authority is our advance ruling authority. And that advance ruling authority related sections is covered in section number 95 to section number 106. Section number 105 to section number 95 to section number 106. So Now we'll start our discussion on the specific concept regarding advance ruling. Before moving to this advance ruling, I just have one suggestion for you. Okay, if you want to master yourself in analytics, in litigations, in compliances, in GST, then we have one source, and that source is freely available. That is advance ruling. Okay, just search on Google advance ruling. You will directly redirect it to the website of the advance ruling authority. Okay, on that website they are uploading the advance ruling decisions on daily basis. Okay, just try to read weekly 1 to 2 rulings, and that will be around 10 to 15 pages. You will find multiple points from multiple aspects are covered in that rulings, and it will give you a extreme level idea related to your analytical skills, and you all will be in a situation to draft, to prepare reply, to appear in front of departmental authority, to learn the law with analytics, with techniques. Okay, so this is my suggestion to you. You can do so. Okay, for advanced ruling. Now just we'll try to cover the we'll try to cover the content in next 1 hour. Okay, so I request everyone be there live, so we'll all enjoy the closing ceremony as well of this session. Section number 95, term defined. Section number 95, term defined. This section is related to 95, term defined. Section number 95, term defined. In this particular section, they have provided the definition of certain terms which is used in this advance ruling. The authority of advance ruling authority is there, and they have mentioned that if any question is pending related to place of supply, related to value of supply, related to applicability of GST, then we have an authority called advance ruling to provide the rulings. That is what is the definition which is given in section number 95. Section number 96, authority fix. Section number 95 is going to provide you the definition of the advance ruling or certain other definitions. Okay. Section number 96, authority fix. Section number 96, authority fix. This section is going to provide you the details that if you have any question which is pending in such a scenario, you can file the application before the advance ruling authority. So this section is related to the application before the advance ruling authority. Section 97, just try to link this word. Section 97, application to heaven. This section is saying if any question related to rate of GST, time of supply, value of supply, related to the specific thing, you can say related to your applicability of GST, that you need to take the GST registration or not, you can file the application before the heaven when the specific authority, that is called as GST authority or the advanced ruling authority is going to provide the answers of our questions, then that authority is not less than heaven. वो स्वर्ग से कम नहीं है. When we are getting the answers of our question, that is not less than heaven. So section 97, heaven, and the questions which we can raise before the authority. Section 97, heaven. Section 95, term defined. Section 96, authority fix. Section 97, application to heaven. Section 98, just try to link this word 8, procedure set. Section 98, procedure set. Section 98, procedure set. This section is related to the procedure for filing an application before the advanced ruling authority, and in that particular segment they have given that you need to file an application before the advanced ruling authority by paying a fees of 5,000 rupees with your question, with all the required documents. Then the advanced ruling authority will demand certain documentation from the jurisdictional officer, and then after they will pass their order, they will pass their rulings based on the documentation, and they may reject that we are not able to decide or we are not going to decide the rulings in this specific case. That is also a possibility. So this is the procedure which is given in section number 98. Section number 99, sir, double nine. So 99, that is something special. Section number 99, 99, something special. That means if you are not able to satisfied with the decision of advance ruling authority, then we have one special authority that is called as AAR authority, appellant authority for advance ruling. So this section is just going to provide the introduction of a specific authority, that is appellant authority for advance ruling. If you are not able to decide, or if you are not able to satisfy with the particular rulings of the appellant, that means advance ruling authority, in that case you may file application before the appellant authority for advance ruling, section 99. Section 100, sir, 00, double power, that is section 99 special. In that section they have just introduced the appellant authority for advance ruling, that is AAR authority. But in section 100, double power, application to double power, that means in this section they have prescribed the application mechanism, application to AAR authority. And in that segment they have mentioned that if you are not satisfied with the decision, with the ruling of AAR authority, in that case you may file application before the AAR authority. You need to pay a fees of 10,000 rupees for your question. This is section number 100. So section number 195, term defined. Section 96, authority fixed. Section 97, appeal to, that is application to heaven. Section 98, procedure set. Section 99, 99, special authority, that is AAR authority. Section 100, 00, double power, application to double power, that means application before the AAR authority. Section 101. Sir, when you will look on number 101, you can say this 101 is also not less than shagun. Okay, this is also a gift. Whenever we are planning to give some gift to someone in the form of money, in that case we'll plan 101, 501, 1001, 5001. So this 101 is not less than shagun. And when a particular authority who is there in heaven, because we have compared the advance ruling authority with heaven, or when that authority who is in heaven and they are going to provide their order, that will also be not less than shagun. So this section number 101 is related to order by the authority. Order by the advance ruling authority. In this particular section, they are mentioning that the advance ruling authority is going to pass their order based on the documentation submitted by the taxpayer, and one copy will be transferred to the judicial officer and another copy will be shared with the applicant. So whenever you will check the advance rulings on the portal, you will find that the order has always been issued under section number 101, not less than shagun. Section 102. Under section number 101, they are going to pass their order, or they are going to pass their advance ruling. But suppose if there is any mistake while passing the rulings, because किसी से भी हो सकती है, human being, this is the nature of human to make the mistakes. Okay, so any option for rectification? Yes. Section number 102 is saying that if there will be any mistake in the ruling which has been pronounced by the authority, in that case rectification application can be done, or rectification can be done by the authority suo moto or by application by the taxpayer. Both the things are possible. Section number 102. Section 103. Section 103. 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. Section 103. 1 plus 3. Section number 103. 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. Section number 103. 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. That means this ruling which is there in section number 103, this ruling which is there in section number 103 is for your. That means the applicant who has filed the application before the authority, that ruling will be liable, or that ruling will be applicable for that applicant, as well as that ruling will be applicable as well as that ruling will be applicable for the jurisdictional officer. So section 103, just look on the number 103. 1 plus 3 is equal to 4. 1 plus 3 is equal to 4, that is for your. 1 plus 3 is equal to 4, that is for your. So this section is related to the ruling which is for your. The order which is passed by the advance ruling authority is for your. That means for the applicant and for the jurisdictional officer. Section 103 is for 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. Gopal sir, if you I am just going to cover the crux of the section and the basic details of these sections. Okay, so if you have any issue with a specific section, okay, then you can connect with me over WhatsApp or you can mail me the query, so we'll provide you the details. Okay, is that okay, Gopal sir? Section number 104, because today I am just going to provide you the details that how you can recall and memorize the sections under CGST Act. Section 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. That means the order which has been, or the decision which has been passed by the AAR or AAR authority is applicable for the applicant or for the jurisdictional officer. Yes, I am sharing my mail ID, not an issue. Sir, if you have any question, I have shared the mail ID. You just need to share your queries. Okay, I request everyone, those who have joined the live session or those who are watching the recordings, if you have any queries, just write it on the paper, or you can create one word sheet and put it on this mail ID. We'll create one detailed video, or we'll plan one schedule session in next 2 to 3 days, and we'll live in front of you provide you the answers of each and every query, so that our today's motive will be solved, and for our next session this is also a topic. Okay, and if you want to WhatsApp, then also I am sharing the WhatsApp number. On this WhatsApp number, you can save this WhatsApp number with the name of Sachin Jain or Batuk Academy. If you have any query related to GST, you can directly ping me, not an issue. Okay, so section number 104, just try to link this word for, is not for your. That means section number 104 is not for your. That means if section number 104 is not for your, that means if any ruling has been passed due to any fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact, that means the applicant has submitted certain fraudulent documentation, certain fraud documentation, certain willful misstatement, in that case that ruling will be treated as void ruling. So section number 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. That means this ruling is applicable to you. That means jurisdictional officer and applicant. Section number 104 is not for your. That means if any ruling has been taken through the willful misstatement, suppression of fact, in such a scenario, that ruling will be treated as void. Section number 105. When we have covered our section number 5 is very high, that means powers of the officers under GST. Now the segment from section number 95 till section number 106 is related to advance ruling. So this section talks about the section number 5, very high, that means powers of the advance ruling authority. Section 105 is very high, that is powers of the advance ruling authority. In this particular section, they have prescribed the powers of the advance ruling authority, that they can demand the further documentation from the applicant, they may reject the application, the ruling which they have issued binding on the jurisdictional officer and the tax payer. That is what is the thing they have mentioned. Section 105 is very high, that is powers of the advance ruling authority. Section 106. Section 106. Procedure fix. This section is saying that as we have a prescribed procedure for advance ruling, but if the advance ruling authority wants to change a particular procedure, if require certain changes in the procedure of advance ruling, in that case they may do so. So section 106 procedure fix, through this particular section they are saying that the authority may change the procedure accordingly if required. So section number 95 term defined, section 96 authority fix, section 97 application to heaven, section 98 procedure set, section 99 special, that is triple AR authority. Section 100, double power, application before the triple AR authority. Section 101, Shagun, order passed by the advance ruling authority. Section 102, rectification. 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. That means applicable to the applicant plus the jurisdictional officer. Section 104 is not for your. That means if taken through the willful misstatement, suppression of fact, in such a scenario, the ruling will be treated as void. Section number 105, very high. That means powers of the advance ruling authorities. And section number 106, procedure fixed. If they want to change any procedure, they may do so. Sir, complete segment of advance ruling is okay for everyone? So let's now audible.
Audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Now, as in every case, or whenever there will be a matter, the departmental authority or the jurisdictional officer is going to pass the order. Okay. If the taxpayer is not satisfied, if the taxpayer is not satisfied with the decision of the jurisdictional officer, in such a scenario, we need to file an appeal before the appellant authority. Am I right? We need to file an appeal before the appellant authority. And when we are filing the appeal before the appellant authority, we are expecting that the appellant authority will pronounce the decision in favor of us. So we can say the appellant authority is also not less than heaven for us, because the authority who is going to provide the decision in favor of us, that authority will not be less than heaven for us. So from section number 107 till section number 121 is the segment of appeal before the appellant authority, appellant tribunal, high court and supreme court. Okay. So first I just want to share with you one specific chart, and then after we'll discuss the further things. If you are not satisfied with the decision of jurisdictional officer, in that case you may file appeal before the appellant authority. If you are not satisfied with the decision of appellant authority, you can file appeal before the appellant tribunal. Not satisfied, then you may go for the high court or supreme court. These options are available with you. Now, first section number 107. Section number 107, just try to link this word 7, heaven. Section number 107, heaven, that means appeal before the appellant authority, because we are expecting that the appellant authority is going to pass the decision in favor of us. So this application or this authority will be called as heaven. So appeal before the appellant authority. In section number 107, 108, 109, they have just defined the terms. Okay, that appellant authority is there. If the taxpayer is not satisfied with the decision of the jurisdictional officer, then the taxpayer can file application or appeal before the appellant authority within 3 months from the date of communication of order with the relevant documentation in the prescribed form. Okay, that is what is the thing which has been mentioned. Section number 108, if suppose there is certain issues or certain error in the order which has been passed by the appellant authority, and due to that mistake there is a loss of revenue, in that case, in favor of revenue, there may be revision of the order passed by the appellant authority, and under section number 108 they have prescribed the revisional authority. But the revisional authority is going to pass the order or revision the order only in case the same is favorable to the revenue. So section 108 is related to revisional authority. You just need to interlink all these sections. First, you need to recall section number 107, heaven, that is appellant authority. If any mistake, in that case, go for the revisional authority. And if not satisfied, in that case, the next authority under section number 109 is appellant tribunal. So they have just defined the term appellant tribunal in section number 109. So all these three sections we should learn or we should memorize in conjunction with each other. Section 107, heaven, that means appeal before the appellant authority, then revisional authority, then appellant tribunal. Then section number 1110. Section number 1110. Just try to link this word. Just try to link this word 10 with fen. Section 1110 with fen. Just try to link the word section 1110 fen. Section 1110 fen. That means we are your fan. Section 1110, we are your fan, and we are fan of the president and the members of appellant tribunal. So practically this section is not relevant for us, but we should know that what is the written in this particular section. So in this section they have written the powers, the various president and the members, and their qualification and their terms of their joining or job in the section number 1110. So the memory technique is section number 1110 is equal to fen. So section 1110, we are your fen. Section 1110, we are your fen. You can say section 110, we are your fen. That is, we are fan of president and the members of the appellant tribunal. Section 111, so 111, 555, we have said that specialized agency, special audit. So this is 111, that is something special, that is appellant tribunal. So in this particular segment they have defined the procedure for appellant tribunal. If you want to file appeal before the appellant tribunal, then you need to ready a respective set of the documentation, 5 sets you require to file an appeal, and you also need to pay a prescribed fees as well in the form of demand deposit with the name of appellant tribunal. Now government is also set up the appellant tribunal as well, so the litigation scope is also very high, so we need to be very much focused on that. So section 111, that is special, something special. If you are not satisfied with the decision of appellant authority, then appellant tribunal is there, and in this particular segment they have provided the complete structure. In this particular segment they have just prescribed the structure of appellant tribunal, that there may be a national bench, there may be a state bench. If the matter is related to place of supply, then the same should be submitted before the national bench. Other matters can be heard by state bench. These type of things are mentioned in this particular section. This section is related to structure of the appellant tribunal. Section 111, 111, special is appellant tribunal. Now if you are not satisfied with the decision of appellant authority, then you need to file an application before the appellant tribunal, that is second authority for appeal, that is second authority for appeal. So this section is related to appeal before appellant tribunal. 111 is related to procedure and structure only, but this section is going to provide you the mechanism how you are going to file the appeal before the appellant tribunal. If you are not satisfied with the decision of appellant authority, in that case you may file application before the double power, that is double second authority for appeal is number 2. Say we just need to interlink second authority for appeal, that is appellant tribunal. So this section is related to appeal before the appellant tribunal. Within 3 months from the date of communication of order by the appellant authority, we can file appeal before the appellant tribunal. Section 107, heaven, appeal before the appellant authority. 108, revisional authority. Section 109, appellant tribunal, just definition. Section 1110, we are your fan, that is president. Section 111, that is special, that is appellant tribunal. And 112, that is second authority for appeal, appellant tribunal, appeal before appellant tribunal. Section 113, free. Just try to link this word 113, free. Just try to link the word section 113, free. If you have filed the appeal before the appellant authority or appellant tribunal, and if the order has been passed in favor of you, in that case matter is free. So this section is related to order by the appellant authorities. order by the authority. This section is related to appeal by the order by the authority. Section 113 free. That means matter is free when the order has been passed by the authority, whether appellant tribunal or appellant authority. This is a very specific. Whenever the authority is going to pass the order, they will pass the order under section 113. Now, whenever we'll read the order, we'll first check that the order should be in section number 113. Okay. So section 113 free. Now, first we'll learn section 115, then we'll go for 114. Okay. Because it's completely linked with the section 113. As we all know, for filing the appeal before the appellant authority or appellant tribunal, there is requirement to deposit certain pre-deposit, 10% of the tax, disputed tax, or 20% of disputed tax. Am I right? And if under section number 113, if the decision has been passed in favor of the taxpayer, in such a scenario, that pre-deposit will be refunded with interest. Am I right? So this section number 115 is saying that refund is due to this section number 115. In this section 115, they have clearly mentioned that, sir, if the decision has been passed in favor of the taxpayer, in that case, the pre-deposit will be refunded with interest. The pre-deposit will be refunded with interest. So whenever the authority is going to pass the order, then after you need to file an application before the authority for refund. And whenever now onwards you will write an application for the refund on account of decision in favor of you, you just need to write the letter under section 115. You need to take the reference of section 115. So that is covered under revisional authority. That is covered under revisional authority only. Revisional authority can rectify the error, but the same should be in favor of the revenue. But if you are not satisfied in such a scenario, you need to go for the next authority. But under GST, if you want the rectification, in that case, the order of the officer, judicial officer ने कोई order pass किया है, in that case, you may go for the rectification. The same will be covered under section 160. Okay. With this PDF file, we'll try to provide you the notes on further sections as well. Certain sections are related to transitional provisions, not need to cover. Other sections are related to theoretical part only. We'll provide you the notes as well. Okay. Next section, section 114. Section 114. That is, just try to link this word 114. 114. Section 114. Just try to link this word 14 with routine. Section 104. 114, that is routine. This section is going to prescribe the routine power of the president, and routine power is financial and administrative power of the president. This is also theoretical section, but we just need to know that section 1114, 14 with routine. So this section describes the routine work of the routine power of the president in respect to the financial and administrative powers or administrative work. This section is going to define the routine work. Section 114, routine. 114, routine work of the president, that is financial and administrative. Section 116. Sir, section 116 authorized representative fix. Section 116 authorized representative fix. This section is going to provide you the opportunity that in front of appellant authority, appellant tribunal, the matter can be handled by a chartered accountant, by the employee of the company, regular employee of the company, by the relative, by the retired commercial tax officer. So whenever we'll appoint the authorized representative, we should take the reference of section 116. 116 authorized representative fix. This section is about the authorized representative.
Sir, even GST practitioner also allowed.
Yes, sir. Yes. Legal practitioners is also allowed, and we just need to take the reference of section 116.
Not legal. Exclusively enrolled GST practitioners are also allowed.
Yes, advocate is allowed, and the GST practitioners who has cleared the examination issue taken by the government under section 48, he will be allowed it to be a legal heir, or he will be allowed it as a legal representative. Now, section 117, sir, 17, again danger. Whenever we are filing an appeal before the Honorable High Court, this is also risky, because there may be huge involvement, of the fees, or there may be huge involvement of the risk that the decision may be in favor, may be against. So section 117(17), that is danger zone. So whenever you are filing an appeal before the High Court, that is also danger. So section number 117, that is 17, danger zone, is covered under appeal before the Honorable High Court. This section is related to appeal before the High Court. If you are not satisfied with the decision of the appellant tribunal, in that case you may file an appeal before the High Court. If you are not satisfied with the decision of High Court, in that case under section 118 we have the highest authority, that is Honorable Supreme Court. You may file the appeal before the Supreme Court for the matter. Okay, so section 107, appeal to heaven. Section 108, revisional authority. Section 109, appellant tribunal. Section 1110, we are your fan of president and the members. Section 111, special, that is appellant tribunal. Section 112, second authority for appeal. Section 113, matter is free, that is order passed. Section 114, routine. Section 115 is related to interest on the pre-deposit, and section 116, authorized representative fix. Section 117, danger, that is High Court, and section number 118, that is Supreme Court. To filing an appeal before the High Court is also danger. Section 119, payment defined. Just try to link the word 19. Just try to link the word 11919. 119, payment defined. This section is saying that if you have filed any appeal before the appellant authority, appellant tribunal, and if they pass the order against the taxpayer, in such a scenario, taxpayer has to deposit the remaining amount for which the demand has been created. So this section is going to define the liability. Section 119, liability payment defined. Section 119, payment defined, that after the complete proceedings of the appellant authority, appellant tribunal, and based on their order, you should deposit the tax, interest, and penalties, which is pending now. Section 120. Just look on the number 120. Just look on the number 120. Zero eligibility to file the appeal. Zero eligibility to file the appeal. That means in this particular section, they have covered that if the matter has been passed related to that particular para of the jurisdictional officer, you will not be able to file the appeal. That is what is the thing which has been covered in this section number 120, that is non-appealable cases. Non-appealable cases. Section number 121. Section number 121. Sir, just try to look on the number 121. Your first appeal will be final appeal. That means suppose you have filed appeal before the appellant authority, and if the order has been passed by the appellant authority, then you will not be able to file appeal against appellant tribunal or High Court or Supreme Court. Your first appeal will be final appeal. So section number 121 is related to first appeal, will be your final appeal. In case if you have filed the appeal before the appellant authority, and appellant authority has give you opportunity for the for the amount in installments, उन्होंने pass कर दिया order under section number 80, and we all know section number 80 is 8 was the demand, but taxpayer is paying only 0. Then government may provide you the opportunity for payment in installments. So if the appellant authority has provided you the option that you can pay the amount in installment for 24 months, in that case you will not be able to file any appeal before the appellant tribunal. This is the first appeal will be the final appeal, section number 121. Now section number 107 till section number 121. Yes, we'll share the list. We'll share the complete list for non-appealable cases, and for the first appeal will be the final appeal. Okay. We'll share the complete list. Not an issue, because there is multiple additions in that as well. So we'll definitely share the updated list. Now, section number 121 is first appeal will be your final appeal. You just need to look on the number 121. This is your first order. Suppose the first order has been passed by the appellant authority, then that order will be final. Now you are not able to file an appeal for that particular matter in front of others. Okay, that is what is the thing which is covered in this particular segment. And the example is, if the appellant authority has provided the order that you may pay the amount in installments. Now, if you are filing the appeal before the appellant tribunal, then the same cannot be accepted, because this is a list which is given under section number 121. Is that okay? Now, from section number 107 till section number 121 is related to appeal. Section 95 till section number 106 is related to advance ruling. 107 till 121 is related to appeal. Now we are going to start our discussion on a very important section, that is penalties under GST. Sir, there may be chances of certain frauds, certain willful misstatement. There may be chances that the person is going to supply the goods without invoicing. The person is going to merely supplying the invoices without goods. The person is claiming the refund without authority. The person is going to provide the fake invoicings. The person is going to involve in the paper transactions. In such a scenario, government may impose multiple type of penalties. So now, as we all know that, sir, in maximum cases, this is the journal practice, that penalty will be 100% of the tax. Am I right? In maximum cases, this is the journal practice. Just to memorize the section, the penalty will be 100% of the tax. Okay. So our section number 122. Section number 122. One is your tax. And when 100% of tax will be the penalty, then double will be penalty. So this section number 122 is related to penalty under GST. Section 122 is related to penalty under GST. Whenever there will be a question of penalty, section number 122 will be there, because one is your tax, double will be penalty. So section 122 is related to penalty under GST. Whenever the departmental authority is going to raise the demand on account of penalty, you may check the section number 122. Section number 123. Sir, just look on the number 1, 2, 3. Don't think so. 1, 2, 3 is the information. This is the number. We can say 1, 2, 3 is the numbers, or numbers are always comparable to information. So this section is related to information return. During the process of any investigation, inspection, government may demand the information return. So this section is related to information return. So the memory technique is section number 123. 1, 2, 3 are the numbers, and numbers are equivalent to information. So this section is related to information related under GST. Section 124. Sir, one is tax. Government is saying when will impose penalty, then double will be penalty. So 122 is related to penalty. When government is going to impose something more, that is called as fine. So the amount will be again doubled. Okay, one is your tax, double will be penalty, and higher amount will be your fine. So this section number 124 is related to imposition of fine under GST. Whenever there will be a matter of serious frauds, you can say transfer of input tax credit without invoicing, paper transactions, these are the in nature of fraud, or they are in nature of serious frauds. So government has covered this same under section number 124, that will impose the penalty as well. So section 124 is related to imposition of fine, penalty, everything will be there. Section 122, penalty. 123, 123 are the numbers. Numbers are not less than information. So this section is related to information return under GST. Section 124. One is your tax, double will be your penalty, and if government is going to charge anything, that will be your fine. So section number 124 is related to imposition of fine. Section 125. Section 125, just try to link this word. Section 125, journal penalty defined. In this particular section, they have defined the journal penalty. Sir, whenever you will filing the GSTR 9 return, and in case of departmental audit, if you have made any mistake in your GSTR 9 return, authority will say that, sir, you have made this mistake, so we may impose journal penalty. We may impose journal penalty. Okay, in such a scenario, we may impose journal penalty. So in such a scenario, they have power to impose a penalty up to 25,000 rupees. Just try to use link the word up to 25,000 rupees. That means maximum penalty under CGST Act under general penalties up to 25,000 rupees government may charge. Section 25, journal penalty defined. Section 25, journal penalty defined. This is the journal penalty which is there. Continuing offense in nature of serious frauds. In such a scenario, they may impose the penalty under section number 124, that is imposition of fine as well. If you are going to continue the frauds in such a scenario, they may impose the penalty on account of 127 as well. We'll discuss now. Okay. Government has not prescribed any specific list in that particular section, but they have mentioned that for certain cases, the penalty may be imposed and the continuous offense will be one of them. Section number 126. Journal discipline fix. Section 126, journal discipline fix. Sir, when government has introduced multiple amount of penalties, they have also introduced certain disciplines related to the implication of penalty. In the first half of the session, we have covered a specific point, that is e-way bill during the transportation documentation. आपको याद रहेगा section number 68. Wait. Why wait? During the inspection, we want a transportation of goods. We want a inspection of your goods. So at that time, I have covered a specific point that if there may be a minor mistake on the e-way bill, then there may be chances that the departmental authority is going to impose the penalty under section 122. But when we'll prepare our reply, we should take reference of section number 126, journal discipline fix. And in this particular section, government has specifically mentioned, lawmakers has specifically mentioned that, sir, for any minor breach, penalty should not be imposed. And in case of e-way bill, multiple decision has been passed by the Honorable High Court on account of this 126 only. So this is a most important section for us related to the penalty. And in this particular section, they have clearly used the word minor breach. Now, this is our responsibility to prove that this is a minor breach. And based on that, our case will be selected. So section 126, journal disciplines fix. Sir, there is no any limit. You just need to prove through your arguments that yes, this is a minor breach. There may be chances there is a transportation of goods of around 80 crore rupees, and you have just forgot to mention the invoice number on that e-way bill due to oversight. In that case, they may not charge the 100% of tax amount as a penalty. You can take the reference of section 126. You need to prove that this mistake is due to oversight only. So that will be completely depend on your drafting techniques, on your argument techniques. Okay. Is that okay, Gopal sir? Section 127. Just try to link the word 7 says certain. Section 127, 7 to certain. This section prescribed the penalty for certain offenses. Penalty for certain offenses, and government has not prescribed any list in that. They have mentioned that if departmental authority wants this is a specific or serious nature fraud, in that case they may go for this specific section. Section 127, 7, certain cases may penalty in certain cases. Section 128 is very great. Section 128 is very great. Section 28 is also very great, that is providing the opportunity for amendments of the registration particulars. And section 128 is great because this section is providing the opportunity for waiver of the penalty. if you want to file an application for the waiver of penalties due to certain issues, due to your proven facts, you have certain arguments and documentation, and this mistake is due to oversight, in that case you may go for waiver of penalty. The same will be covered under section number 128. Section number 128, great, providing the opportunity for waiver. Sir, last 10 sections, are you excited? Section 129. Just try to link word 9. Section 129. 9 online. Sir, I require your enthusiasm, your excitement till the last moment of this session, okay? Because I will conclude the session by 3, but we'll try for next 10 minutes. We'll give you the recap of all the sections in just 7 to 8 minutes or maximum in 10 minutes, okay? So we all are require your 100% attention for that as well. Section number 129 online, that is, this section is related to confiscation of goods during the confiscation of goods during online or during movements. Online means when the goods is in transit. In that case, the departmental authority may confiscate your goods based on their documentation that, sir, with this you have no documentation, without invoicing, without e-way bill, without e-invoice, without bill of entry, without challan, you are supplying the goods. In that case, they may go for the confiscation. So section 129 online, that is confiscation while during the transportation of the goods. Section 130. Sir, again, section 130. Number 13 is something bad. Am I right? Number 13 is something bad. That is what is the perception in the market. So section number 13 is also, no, section number 13 is not bad. That is related to time of supply. Section number 130 is related to confiscation, and confiscation is also bad. Confiscation is also bad. No one wants the confiscation of goods. So in this particular section, they have mentioned the confiscation of goods, and they have clearly mentioned that on account of confiscation of goods, if the goods is in nature of perishable, in that case, the goods shall be sold in the market. Otherwise, the goods can be confiscated by the departmental authority. So section number 130, confiscation of goods on account of the fraud, on account of willful misstatements, if you are supplying the goods without invoices, or you are claiming the input tax credit without invoices, or without receiving the goods, or paper transaction. In all these type of situations, the confiscation can be happen. Section 131. Just try to look on the number 131. Sir, section 130 is related to confiscation, and you just need to link this section with confiscation only. Section 131 is saying, section 131 is saying that, sir, section 131 is saying that due to confiscation, if we are imposing any penalty, if we are imposing any penalty due to confiscation, in that case, if we are imposing any penalty under section number 130, in that case, the other penalties will be continue. You cannot say that you have imposed the penalty under section 131, so now you cannot impose the penalty under other sections. So government is saying the penalty which is there under 130 is not interfere your other penalties. So just try to link this word 131. Your penalty 1 is under due to confiscation, and these are other penalties, and these are not linked. If we have a penalty due to confiscation, that other penalties will be continue. Section number 132. Just try to link this word section 132, punishment 2. Section 132, punishment 2. This section is related to punishment. This section is saying if the taxpayer is involved in any serious nature of fraud, The quantum of the input tax credit claimed wrongly is very huge. The taxpayer is involved in the without invoicing the goods transfer or the ITC transfer without goods transfer. In such a scenario, punishment will also be there. So this section is going to define the term punishment. Section 132, two punishment is there. So this section is related to punishment. Section 133. Section 133, just try to link the word 33 with key. Section 133, key, liability of the key person. In case of confiscation of goods, if the government is not able to decide that this person is liable, in that case, the person who is holding the inventory, that person will be treated as the liable person. So this section number 133, liability of key. Section 133, liability of key. That means liability of the key managerial officer or key person who is holding the inventory. So how the government is going to determine the liability? That is what is the section which give you the perspective of government as well. Section 134, just try to check. Section 134. Section 134. In this particular number 134, 2 is missing. Am I right? 2 is missing. 134, 2 is missing. So if there is any offense and court can go for the cognizance of that particular offense, but the cognizance cannot be taken before or prior approval of the court, prior approval of commissioner. So this number 2 is prior approval of commissioner, prior approval of commissioner, or you can say prior sanction of commissioner, prior sanction of commissioner. Section 134, 134, 2 is missing. 2 is your prior approval or prior sanction of the commissioner. So this section is related to cognizance of offense. This section is related to cognizance of offense, and the court cannot take the cognizance of offense without prior approval or prior sanction of the commissioner. Under this particular section, 2 is missing, and 2 is prior sanction of the court. So this section, whenever you will see section number 134, the first thing which should be there in your mind, that 2 is missing. That means prior sanction of the commissioner is missing. That is in case of cognizance of offense. Okay. For cognizance, I will provide you a short video very soon. Okay. On your mail ID, we'll share certain videos, the certain complicated terms also I have used in this particular session. So we'll provide you short videos for that. Okay. So you can go through with that. So your vocabulary will also improve from the GST perspective. Section 135, my favorite section. Sir, section 135, 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5. Government is saying that if taxpayer will say that 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5, will accept it and will treat that the statement given by the taxpayer is full of mental capacity. That means this section is saying whatever will be the statement given by the taxpayer is given in full of mental capacity. So we just need to keep one thing in our mind whenever we are presenting in front of the departmental authority on account of summon, on account of any notice, and whatever submission we are providing, the submissions are government is taking that submission that Mr. X has provided the submission with full of mental capacity. So if the taxpayer will say 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5, then departmental authority will treat that he has given the statement full of mental mind. So section 135 is related to statement given by the taxpayer is full of mental capacity. Section 136, whatever will be the statement given is fixed. Section 136 is saying whatever will be the statement given by the taxpayer is fixed, it should be recorded. So section 135, 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5. Whatever will be the statement given by the taxpayer will be treated as mental capacity. And section 136, whatever will be the statement given that is fixed for us, will take for records. Section 137. Section 137. 1 plus 3 plus 7 is equal to 11. 1, 1, 11, that is 1% company. So this section talks about the offenses in case of companies. This section talks about the offenses in case of companies. In case of companies, if you are handling the work related to companies, in that case, you must go through with this section number 137, so that if your company is doing any type of offenses, in that case, we may suggest them to skip or to ignore all these type of offenses. So section 137, 1 plus 3 is 7, is equal to 11, 1, 1, 11, that is offenses by the companies. And our last section for our today's workshop and last 1 minute is also there, section number 138, that is rebate. Section number 138, that is rebate, that means compounding of the offenses. So the authority can go for the compounding of the offenses. If multiple offenses are there, in that case, they may go for the compounding of the offenses, but the taxpayers avail the opportunity of compounding of the offenses once. In that case, the taxpayer will not be eligible to go for the compounding of offenses in future. Okay, and if taxpayer is again and again doing the offenses, in that case, the compounding will not be there for you. So this section number 138, rebate, that means this section is going to reduce your offenses. That means reduce the penalty and the quantum of the offenses. So this section is related to section 138, rebate, compounding of the offenses. Sir, can we take a recap of all the 138 sections in one go? Are you ready for that? It will take around 10 minutes. Okay.
Just with your kind permission,
Yes, sir.
just I will share one synopsis just for your glancing.
Sorry. Your voice is
One
not audible.
synopsis. Just we have made from the institute, we made one synopsis. My
Now
voice is
audible,
not
now
audible.
please.
Only one small screen of synopsis.
Yes, definitely. Please.
Is my screen visible, sir?
No, still not. I need to stop my screen. Just wait. Now it's visible.
It is visible now. So just we
Yes.
for the benefit of our practitioners' understanding, so we made this. So this relevant act and rules and forms, how it is connected. Because we generally call one nation, one tax, one market, how it is correlated. The CGST, IGST, UTGST, or we call it as SGST, and the GST law, cess law. So all the just the 21 chapters in CGST, having 174 sections, in what way it has been bifurcated, and in what way it is correlated to other acts, and in what way, which form is actually connected to that one, how that 164, rule 164. So just we made it, sir. Just in the coming days, we will develop it, sir.
Yes, that's great. If you require any help, then I am also available for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have taken all these 6 laws, including that constitutional amendment also.
Okay, that's
so in
great.
that, so connectivity, just we can see just how we are locating anything from map, just like a mapping.
Yes, exactly. Great. So can we go for our recap for next 10 minutes? Okay.
Yes.
I just require your attention for next 10 minutes on the screen. No requirement on the screen. Okay. So we just going through with the recap, and during the recap, I request everyone, whatever will be your feedback about this workshop, you can put it in the chat box. Whatever will be there in your mind, you can put it in the chat box. You are free. Now, section number one is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number 1 is commencement and extent, short and title. Section number three is something bad, and the officer who is going to correct the bad things under GST, that is officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your, that is appointment of the officer. Section number 5 is very high, that means powers of the officer. Section number 6 is going to do? Authority fix. Section number 7, S for 7, S for supply. Section number 8, number 8 is a mixture of 00, that is mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section. Section number 10, number 10 includes 0, that is 0 eligibility to claim the input tax credit, that is composition dealer. Section number 11, E for exemption. Section number 12, 12 is indication of time, so this section is related to time of supply, 12 and 13 and 14. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix, valuation under GST. Section number 16, 16 आने such ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. Section number 17, danger, that is restrictions to claim the input tax credit. Section number 18, making happen, that is special circumstances to claim the input tax credit. Section number 19, if I will perform something, I will perform with 100% efficiency. Someone perform then with less efficiency, that is 19. Work done by others, that is job worker. Section number 20, 20, that is distribution of input tax credit by the input service distributor, and if any reduction, that the same should be due through the credit note or debit note. Section number 21. Section number 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration, and under GST, section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. Section number 23, free, no need to take the GST registration in case of agriculturalist or exclusively exempted products. Section number 24, sure, you need to take the GST registration. Section number 25, procedure defined. Section number 26, your registration fixed. Section number 27, taking favor of non-resident taxable person and casual taxable person. Section number 28, very great, because providing the opportunity for amendments. Section number 29, denying, that means cancellation of registration. Section number 30 is not very dirty, because providing the opportunity for revocation of cancellation of registration. Section number 31, invoicing done. Section number 32, collection of the tax, that is unauthorized collection of the tax. Section number 33, mandatory fields on the invoicing. Section number 34, 3 is credit, 4 is debit, so credit and debit note under GST. Section number 35, justify records which is required in GST. Section number 36, 6-year retention, that is 72 months. Section number 37, 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. 10 was the due date to file the GSTR1 return, that is outward supply. Section number 38, fake ITC, that is reduction conditions to reduce the fake ITC. Section number 39, payment defined. Section number 40, first return. 4 was the liability, but you have declared only 0. 4 was the sales, you have declared only 0. You can declare it in first return. Section number 41, ITC claim done. 42, 43 removed. Section number 44, 4 is my books, 4 is my GST records, both are equalized in case of annual return. So section number 44 is related to annual return. Section number 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9, just add 1 from my side, that is GSTR 10. GSTR 10 is related to final return under GST. Section number 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. 10 was the due date to file the GSTR1 return. If you will not file, government may issue the notice for the delay in filing the returns. Section number 47, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. If the return has been filed on 11, in such a scenario, late fees will be there. Section number 48, not relevant, related to GST practitioners. Section number 49, payment mechanism defined. Section number 55 was the tax liability, you have paid only 0. In that case, interest will be there. Section number 51, TDS. That is 51 is the Sagun, when government is going to pay something that is also not less than Shagun. So 51 is related to TDS. Section number 52, TCS collection due. Section number 53, transfer of input tax credit. 5 is IGST, 3 is CGST. Section number 54, Dil Mange More, that is refunds. Section number 55, 55, something special, specialized agency and United Nations organizations. Section number 56, refund was due on 5th but paid by 6th. In such a scenario, interest will be there for delay in providing the refund. Section number 57, consumers heaven. Section number 58, consumer welfare fund set. Section number 59, assessment defined. Section number 60, provisional assessment, that is departmental victory. Section number 61, 60, S for scrutiny. Section number 62, return not filed by you, that is assessment of non-return filers. Section number 63, not registry, assessment of unregistered person. Section number 64, liability is more, assessment of summary. Section number 65, audit defined. Section number 66, special audit by chartered accountant or cost management accountant. Section number 67, 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. 13 is something bad, inspection is also bad. Section number 68, wait, why? Inspection during the movement. Section number 69, arrest. Section number 70, summon. Section number 71, come and visit the premises. Section number 72, take the other officers help too. Section number 73, fraud free. Section number 74, liability is more. Section number 75, journal provision defined. Section number 76, collected 7, paid to government 6. Section number 77, collected 7, paid to government 7 but wrongly. Section number 78, 7 was the demand, but when government is going to collect, they will collect 8, that is recovery of tax. Section number 79, recovery proceeding initiate. Section number 80, 8 was the liability, but taxpayer is saying I have 0. In that case, you may go for the installment. Section number 81, first condition, transfer of property will be void. Section number 82, second condition, because first charge is there. Section number 83, provisional attachment. Section number 84, liabilities for 8, paid 4. In that case, the liability will be continued for remaining 4. Section number 85, liability defined in case of transfer of business. Section number 86, principal and agent. Section number 87, reduction in number of entities due to amalgamation or merger. Section number 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0, that is liquidation of companies. Section number 89, enhancement, incorporation of private limited company, liability in case of private limited company. Section number 99 are the numbers of partners in a partnership firm, liability in case of partnership firm. Section number 91, in case of individual, first the guardian. Section number 92, second is on courts of words. Section number 93, in case of death. Section number 94, special, certain special, that is HUF AOP. Section number 95, term defined related to advance ruling. Section number 96, authority fixed. Section number 97, application to heaven. Section number 98, procedure set. Section number 99, special, the AAR authority. Section number 100, double power. Section 101, order. Section 102, rectification in the order. Section number 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. That means for the applicant and for the jurisdictional officer. Section number 104 is not for your. That means if the ruling is on account of any fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact, then the same will be treated as void. Section number 105 is very high, that is powers of the officers. Section number 106, procedure fixed, authority may change the procedure. Section number 107, appeal to heaven. Section number 108, revisional authority. Section number 109, appellant tribunal. Section number 1110, we are your fan, president as the members. Section number 111, 111, something special, appellant tribunal. Section number 112, second authority for appeal. Section number 113, free, that means order passed by them, and if order passed, in that case pre-deposit will be refunded. Section 115, section 1114, that is routine work of president, the financial and the administrative powers. Section number 116, authorized representative fixed. Section number 117, danger, high court. Section number 118, supreme court. Section 119, payment defined. Section 120, zero non-appealable cases. Section 121, first appeal will be the final appeal. Section 122, one is your tax, second will be double will be your penalty. So section number 122 is related to penalty under GST. Section number 123, section number 123, 123 is our numbers. Numbers are not less than information. So this section is related to information return. Section number 124, one is tax, double is penalty, and further amount will be fine. Section number 125, that is journal penalty defined. Section number 126, journal disciplinary actions fixed. Section number 127, S for 7 says certain cases में penalty. Section number 128, great, providing the opportunity for waiver of the penalty. Section number 129, online confiscation during the movement of the goods. Section number 130, 13 is an indication of something bad, that is confiscation of goods. Section number 131, interfere नहीं करेगा दूसरी कोई penalty से. Section number 132, 2 offenses, in such a scenario punishment will be there. Section number 133, liability of the key person. Section number 134, 2 is missing, previous permission of the of commissioner. Section number 120, 135, that is 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5, that is statement given by the taxpayer is full in mental capacity. Section number 136, fixed, whatever will be the statement given by the taxpayer is fixed. Section number 137, 1 plus 3 plus 7 is equal to 11, that is 1111, one person company के case में offenses. Section number 138, rebate, that is compounding of the offenses. Thank you everyone for your comments in the chat box, and if you have any query, any question, then I request everyone, please note it in a Word file or in a page and share with us on our mail ID, or you can share with Chairman sir. We will club all your queries and plan the session on queries as well. Over to you, sir. Your voice is not audible.
Sir, you have to unmute, sir.
Okay.
Sir.
Okay. Subramaniam sir,
Sir.
Just for your observations, please. Vijayanachari sir, your observations. Yes, one or two senior
Mr.
observations and
Mr.
junior
Sachin.
observation.
It is simply superb. It is very, very beautifully you have said that. See, it reminds me, in cine films, we have seen the entire Ramayana is explained in one song. So, like that, you have explained the entire CGST Act with with this memory techniques. Very, very beautiful. And that too, the highlight is for 73, you said fraud free, and 74, liability more. Beautiful, beautiful, very beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. You have done it well.
Vijayanachari sir, you can unmute and you can talk, sir. You can unmute.
Okay,
Ah.
sir.
Okay.
The huge act, we can take a small tablet within within 3 to 5 hours. Very much thanks, sir, to take like a class this. We are very much happy to thanks thanks, sir, for arranging this type of class. Sir, I have one request. About
Yes.
take a books in. We have announced a book to pay the GPay. Please mention the book and the phone number.
I have shared, sir.
Once more, please.
One more time, you can share the link, sir.
Okay,
So
okay,
that
sir.
we can-
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ravi Kumar, sir.
Yeah, sir, this program was excellent and
Ah,
it is useful for the great information that we encounter when practicing. And it is excellent. And I applied for book also. I paid the money through GPay. I hope so within 2 or 3 days I may get the parcel. And
Thank you.
sir, thank you very much, sir, Sridhar sir, for arranging this program.
Sir,
Really
all,
extraordinarily good.
sir, why for the institutes? Institutes means continuous education.
Yeah, sir. Yes, sir.
Definitely. And the Sachin Jain, like the people champions are there. So it is
Yeah,
our
sir.
duty to identify and make use of in the larger interest of our fraternity. We have to disseminate.
Yeah, sir. And then the Jain language is very fluent. That helps us to hear rhythmically.
Yes. Now I feel actually there is no rule for section 153 in section. You can go by section 153. It is a GST expert. So
Yes.
we can nominate him for GST expert.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Section 153. And we can also recommend to frame such rules and other things to support the government and also the larger interest of the trade and industry.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Karthikeyan,
And
sir, Pondicherry.
many more programs like this, sir, in future.
But definitely, sir, what I proposed is we will make a comic series like section wise or chapter wise and we will release it.
Yeah.
It has come to my thought process. If
Yes,
you
sir.
make a short 3-minute film, especially
Yes,
on mixed supply. If
yeah.
a waiter is coming when I am waiting, sitting in a restaurant, when he
Yeah, sir.
supplies me 2 types of other things and put it in a plate, what will
Yeah.
happen if he supplies separately and if
Yeah.
he
Mixed
bills it
supply and
separately
composite
and all
supply.
other thing. So in that
Ah.
manner, what is composite supply, what is mixed supply, what is
Yeah.
naturally bundled, and all
Yeah.
these things, we have to
Yeah.
come like I think we may come in coming days in a comic series way. We will definitely do it, sir.
Yes, sir.
Like Tom
Definitely,
and
sir.
Jerry, Mickey and Donald series,
Yeah,
GST
sir.
comic series. We will
Yeah,
do.
it will enrich our knowledge, sir.
It will give us to understand the subjects in a very lighter mode, and
Yeah.
that will benefit at large.
Yeah, sir. Correct, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Karthikeyan, sir,
Thank
you can unmute and you can talk. Kerala, Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. Sir, Karthikeyan, sir, are you able to unmute yourself there?
Clear, sir, ma'am, sir.
Please.
Hello.
You can. Hello? Okay, okay, not an issue. Anybody want to talk? Venkatraman sir? Venkatraman sir?
Today I had a very great opportunity of getting the entire gist of GST. Hats off to the speaker and the organizers. Thank you very much.
Sundarajan sir? Vanita madam?
Sir, wonderful session, sir. I never expected such a class. I have not attended such a class before, sir. Super, sir. Super class, sir. Thank you.
Krishna Kumar?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
RT, congratulations to the speaker. Excellent session, sir. He has drafted the entire sections.
It is just like Jai Hanumanu Gnana Guna Sagar, Jai Kapishati Loka Ujagar, like that it was there.
Yes, yes.
Kamarajan sir? Kamaraj sir?
Sir,
Rajendran? Yes, sir.
sir, very excellent, sir. Very excellent class. The Sachin Jain sir is also a legend, sir. Pakka, sir. Pakka. We enjoy the class and very good, useful to us, sir. Thank
Rajendran
you.
sir? Sudhindra Rao? Sudhindra Rao? Sir, you can unmute and you can talk.
That's unmuted.
Yes, now you can. Sudhindra Rao, you are unmuted. Okay, some technical issue maybe. Okay. Okay. Anybody want to talk? You can talk. You can raise your hands so that I can unmute you. Any interested people? Mr. Nageshwar Rao, in between you have sent a message. Whether you want to talk? Okay, Radhakrishnan sir. Radhakrishnan ji. Okay, Mr. Vignesh.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, we are having nice session today, sir. I never expect this, and it is a very, very wonderful section. Sir, my question about whether our enforcement director and CBI involved in GST activity, in which scenario they have involved, sir? Because huge money transaction involved in the time of election. At the time, they why cases are registered, but still.
Other things cannot be clubbed here. If it is related to goods and services.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Really, sir. Because these people are doing in construction activity, especially this construction activity, GST be involved, and this money is transferred in foreign funds, and they are again getting to distributing this money to elections, towards the election.
We can link that PMLA also for that one, and we can have a separate session so that what not to do can also be disseminated to the members.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Arun Kumar.
Yes, sir. Sir, very, very useful section, sir. And this class is very useful for making our ICTPI encyclopedia, sir.
Yes, very good. Annamalai, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sopin. How are you, Sunil? After a long time.
We have to take an opportunity to thank Arun Kumar, sir, because he has helped a lot with us to make this flyers and
Arun Kumar is just like the GR Vishwanath, our G.R. Vishwanath of our old Indian cricket team.
Hats off, user.
Okay. So with this one, I request our Dr. N. Subramaniam sir to deliver the, just a minute, sir. Chinnareddy sir, you can please.
Sir, good afternoon to everybody, sir. It's the best session. Actually, this is the first time I'm taking this session. I am from Bangalore, NC Reddy. I am also auditor and tax practitioner. Actually, with this GST section number 138 is a wonderful session done by Mr. C.A. Sachin Jain, sir. Actually, providing this type of like classes is good for our practitioners, and it will keep updation of the sections, like attending to the like cases, like assessments and all those things. If you will get knowledge, even department people also make very happy that we are all people get very knowledgeable. And it is really get value added classes, this one. Thank you for everyone, and providing like this classes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Rajendran sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Sir. Yes, sir. You can.
Okay. With the start of 5 hours, sir. So all the sections 1 to 174.
Yes.
So all our just to recall all the sections.
Yes.
Good. And also it is better still, you got some more time, you could divide it into chapter. What we have done our each chapter you have done, it is divided.
Sir, it is a taste given to you. If you got the taste, you can start cooking on your own. And you can join them, and you can have a corridor. You can make wonders. It is only a tip of an iceberg.
In 5 hours, recalling of section 1 to 174. It's a good recall and good memory.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Rajendran sir.
Sir,
Yes, please.
tremendous service by you to our tax professional society, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, Subramaniam sir.
Yes, sir.
Let us give the vote of thanks.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Correct, no, sir? Mohan sir?
Yes, sir. It is correct.
Please.
Sir, today is really a very fantastic subject message given by our Sachin sir to all our members. Sachin sir, we express our sincere thanks to you for such a wonderful class. And I also thank our chairman, Sridhar Pasadi sir, for providing such an opportunity.
Sir, this
and
was
I also
primarily because of the enthusiastic way of taking Mr. B. Mohan and Rajkumar sir.
Yes, that's it, sir. Because B. Mohan and Rajkumar, they took initiative. They communicated to all people. They also requested me to communicate to all our team and ask them to attend. And many of the people have also attended. Thanks, Mr. Mohan sir and Rajkumar. And I saw that around 300 members attended today for the classes. It was really a wonderful response by our members, because only when you attend all such classes, you get benefited, because every time in every class you get new messages. And today our Sachin has given a very wonderful keywords to you to remember the acts. Very beautiful session. People are saying that it is 5 hours he has taken, but I don't know how these 5 hours went so fast. Probably, Sachin, you can take even 8 hours class. We are ready to sit and listen to it. Very beautiful. And the time, we don't know, the time has gone very fast. Beautiful. I thank everybody and who all attended, who are all going to listen the PPT YouTube channel also, and it is definitely going to be a very helpful message to you all. Continue in attending all the classes. We will have more classes in future also, as our chairman said. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Subha, Mr. Uday Kumar. Yes.
Sir,
Yes, please. Yes, please.
can you hear me, sir?
Yes, 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 yes.
Thank you, sir.
Kerala. Yes.
Yes.
Really,
yes,
thank
yes.
you for a wonderful section. And thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. How are you, Mr. Mrityunjay Godke Hubli? Okay, 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 okay. Thank you, Mr. Sachin Jain, sir. So I think, Mohan, sir,
Yes, sir.
is
Sir.
it time to sum up, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek Oja, sir, for the kind support and all other things. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.